you passionate? Are you talented? Do you have the skill the world needs to see? Then this is your moment. Auditions begin
Sunday, 18 January at the Micklin Hotel,
Tomasi,
10 a.m. sharp, and continues in Accra on Tuesday, 20 January at the TV3 premises, exactly 10 a.m.
Step forward, be seen, be celebrated. Talented kids, free to play.
Sponsored by Flora Tissues, Top Choco,
Nero Soft Drinks.
On December 10, 2025, my office transmitted the complete request to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for onward transmission to the competent authorities in the United States of America. That is, in this case, the Department of Justice of the United States. At this point, it is left to the American authorities, especially the judicial authorities, to make a determination on whether a sufficient basis exists for the two accused persons to be extradited to Ghana to stand trial. Basically, what I want Ghanaians to know is that this government is committed to accountability. And the government has taken the requisite steps that are legally required for the Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta and Ernest Darko Akore to be extradited to Ghana, to be brought to Ghana to face justice. As I indicated earlier, it is now left to the judicial authorities in the United States to assess the entire package that we have presented to find out whether there is sufficient basis for him to.
Well, so that's the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of the Republic of Ghana, Dr. Dominic Akure-Tenga-Ayene. This was just a few weeks back when he gave an indication of what the ministry has done through the Foreign Affairs Ministry for the extradition of some 3 persons. I say 3, as is Ernest Akore, you heard him mention, that is Ken Ofori-Atta's chef de mission at the time when he was in office. And then also you have the Ken Ofori-Atta himself, and now Sedinam Tamaklo Ationu, who, as we know now, just about some almost 48 hours ago, was arrested. Now, for Ken Ofori-Atta, the man who's going to be joining us as we go on the show was not definitive and explicit as to what exactly, could it just be as a result of our extradition request, reason why it influences entire immigration and customs enforcement. That's the ICE and FBI. We get to know that the FBI was involved in the case of Ken Ofori-Atta. There are some dynamics playing out which we would settle with some answers to the questions that a number of you have been asking regarding Ken Ofori-Atta's overstay of his visa, visitor's visa, and is now considered as an alien, illegal alien under U.S. immigration law. That's what the ICE spokesperson described Ken Ofori-Atta now. ICE has clarified that Ken Ofori-Atta entered the United States on May 28, 2025, on a visitor visa that expired on November 27th, 2025. You recall exactly a week ago, the Deputy Attorney General was on this show, indicated that Ken Ofori-Atta's visa was revoked in June 2025. So essentially, he had been living in the United States for almost 6 months illegally. And now we're hearing this dynamic or that angle from the ICE as well. But he's not the only person of interest now. As we know, Sedina Tamaklo Ationu has also been arrested. For her, based on the statement that the U.S., that's the Ghana mission in the United States, specifically Washington, D.C., did detail that it was as a result of the extradition request from Ghana. Understand, she's now being held at the Nevada Southern Detention Center. There's confirmation of her presence there. We would have a conversation this morning, taking into consideration, one, the request and how things will play out, both in the case of Ken Ofori-Atta and Sedina Tamaklo Atieno in the coming days. Ken Ofori-Atta is due in court on the 20th. Sedina Tamaklo also on the 21st. We'll give you an idea of how the coming days will look like. So stay with us this morning here on Key Point on TV3, because the person who would give us an idea of how things will play out will be joining us. I'm talking about none other than Victor Emmanuel Smith. He is Ghana's ambassador to the United States. He'll be joining us this morning. Also, the economy is looking good. The signals are positive. The indicators are trending towards the positive direction. Both the fiscal and monetary leaders, I'm talking about the governor of the central bank, the finance minister, have both indicated how the next 12 months will be like. They want to consolidate, sustain the gains, improve on the gains. But we've seen this week a typical situation of the disconnect. What is happening with the transport sector, for instance? We've seen fuel prices go down, the lowest in the last almost 5 years now. But then people, the public, are still having to struggle to get access to public transport. They're actually having to pay more than what you were paying when the fuel prices were high or when the economy wasn't even that good. So what's going on? How do we address this seeming disconnect in translating these gains into the direct livelihoods of people? That's a conversation that we would have this morning. The bread and butter issues are the most important to us on this show. On behalf of the rest of the team, welcome. This is Key Point on TV3. We're live on 3FM 92.7, also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook and on DSTV channel 279. We're all across the world on 3news.com. We're on the Voice of London Radio in the heart of the city of London, Voice of London Television as well. I'll be back shortly after this quick break. My guests joining me will take their seats. We'll zoom straight into Paul Tracker. The conversation starts after this. I am Alfred Okansi. Welcome. Good morning.
Where we wander, Africa always calls us home. And here in Ghana, Stanbic Corporate and Investment Banking together.
The stage is set It's the final showdown. 3 amazing female songstresses and 3 unique male powerhouses all geared up to win big. Over 200,000 Ghana cedis prize package at stake. Who becomes the breakout star? Join us at the National Theatre on Sunday, the 25th of January at 7 p.m. Rate 50 Ghana cedis. Performing live our very own Romeo Swag, DSL, and other surprise act. Don't miss this special night where a new star will be born. Could it be Achedie, Andy Kwams, Ivy Hollis, Kweku Shai, Tiki, or DNA? Grab your ticket now at the front desk of TV3 Mentor 14, the breakout edition. Powered by Shaltox Lozenges.
Brought to you by
Origin,
Fratelli Calipo,
Darling Lemon Drink,
Darlin XYZ Wine,
and Napa Foods.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The stage is set. It's the final showdown. 3 amazing female songstresses and 3 unique male powerhouses all geared up to win big. Over 200,000 Ghana cedis prize package at stake. Who becomes the breakout star? Join us at the National Theatre on Sunday, the 25th of January at 7 p.m. Rate 50 Ghana cedis. Performing live our very own Romeo Swag, DSL, and other surprise act. Don't miss this special night where a new star will be born. Could it be Achedie, Andy Kwams, Ivy Hollis, Kweku Shai, Tiki, or DNA? Grab your ticket now at the front desk of TV3 Mentor 14, the breakout edition. The stage is set. It's the final showdown. 3 amazing female songstresses and 3 unique male powerhouses all geared up to win big. Over 200,000 Ghana cedis prize package at stake. Who becomes the breakout star? Join us at the National Theatre on Sunday, the 25th of January at 7 p.m. Rate 50 Ghana cedis. Performing live our very own Romeo Swag, DSL, and other surprise act. Don't miss this special night where a new star will be born. Could it be Achedie, Andy Kwams, Ivy Hollis, Kweku Shai, Tiki, or DNA? Grab your ticket now at the front desk of TV3 Mentor 14, the breakout edition. Powered by Shaltox Lozenges.
Brought to you by
Origin,
Fratelli Calipo,
Darling Lemon Drink,
Darlin XYZ Wine,
and Napa Foods.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The stage is set. It's the final showdown. 3 amazing female songstresses and 3 unique male powerhouses all geared up to win big. Over 200,000 Ghana cedis prize package at stake. Who becomes the breakout star? Join us at the National Theatre on Sunday, the 25th of January at 7 p.m. Rate 50 Ghana cedis. Performing live our very own Romeo Swag, DSL, and other surprise act. Don't miss this special night where a new star will be born. Could it be Achedie, Andy Kwams, Ivy Hollis, Kweku Shai, Tiki, or DNA? Grab your ticket now at the front.
Welcome back. This is a key point here on TV3. We're live on 3FM 92.7, also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook and on DSTV channel 279. We're all across the world on 3news.com. We're on the Voice of London radio in the heart of the city of London, Voice of London television as well, and a number of radio stations across the country. Now, this is the poll tracker where we lead the conversation with data. It's publicly verifiable data, so that you can also access and stay with us every step of the way. Now, this week, we witnessed some form of transportation challenge, almost a near crisis situation in the capital, where even though fuel prices had gone down, lowest in the last almost 5 years, we've seen, the public had to still grapple with access to public transport. And unfortunately, some unscrupulous persons, drivers, are taking advantage of the public because of the lack of access to these transport, that is, vehicles for public transport. Some drivers are having to do short trips instead of the long one, then you pay more. So yes, fuel prices have gone down at the pumps, but then again, the direct translation, or what you would say, the evidence of that benefit in the lives of people was absent this week. There's that disconnect. In fact, some of you have pointed to the dysfunctional pricing regime in the country, so that with all the indicators that are trending in the right direction, you don't see the evidence of the direct translation into the lives of people in some specific sectors. You still have that rather dysfunctional pricing regime taking advantage of what we have actually been seeing with these indicators that have been trending in the right direction. Look at this. Look at the cedi to dollar relationship as we see. From January last year, this is 2025, almost 15 Ghana cedis. It has trended downwards, or has been trending downwards right from May. The cedi has gained strength over and above the dollar right from May last year. Consistently, we saw some unsustained depreciation in between September and October last year. But then it went back to what we had been witnessing for most part of the year 2025. We ended the year 2025 with the cedi trading at 10 cedis, 70 pesos against the dollar. And to the extent that we engage in a lot of dollar-related transactions in this country, the understanding was that, look, with what we had seen this way, if government, the trade minister, CSOs, economists were appealing to the market players to also ensure that this reflects. Okay, Gota came out and said, they are impressing on their members because they can't instruct them. Their members have their own view of how things are going to play out with respect to this particular one. If you speak to the drivers, they say spare parts prices are still high. But if you look at, for instance, the inflation, because the dollar, in fact, the cedi strength against the dollar has a direct relationship with pricing. So if you see inflation going down, that is the price of goods and services in the country over a specific period of time, trending downwards consistently over time. This is not to mean that prices of goods and services should reduce this much. We have explained consistently that this rate only means that the rate of increase in the price of goods and services on the market has just slowed. It's not as though maybe if you were buying something at this high, it should be this low. I think we've been consistent on that. But then again, the reaction is, we haven't seen that much of an impact. We'll tell you why this will probably be the situation. But when you come to fuel prices, as I referenced earlier, at least in the last quarter of 2025, getting into the first and second pricing window in the month of January 2026, this is how things have been. From 13 cedis, 19 pesos for diesel, That's petrol, and then 13 cedis 9 pesos for diesel, right from October 1st. That's in the first pricing window in the month of October 2025. We've seen the trend downwards as well. Fuel prices up until today, when some oil marketing companies, we use the lowest. In fact, some OMCs are selling even lower than the 9 cedi 97 pesos. But that is what the competition is playing out in, especially amongst the oil marketing companies, to the benefit of the consumer. But then again, the larger populace, that's those who depend on public transport, have not benefited from what we're talking about, this, at least for this week in review, with the specific focus on what happened this particular week. So what's going on? How do we connect the dots to translate directly into the lives of people? Well, let's get into it right now. And I've been joined in studio by Yonomandi Apiakubi. He is the former member of parliament for the Asanchachim North Constituency. He's a private legal practitioner in good standing. And he's a passionate Ghanaian. Yonomandi Apiakubi, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, my brother. In our parlance, good standing means having paid your dues Absolutely. Up to date, not necessarily doing any better.
But you've paid your dues, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
For now, that is how they measure it.
That's how they measure it in due standing. And good morning to our cherished listeners, and particularly people in my small Jansa in Ashanti North.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Also joining us is Professor Godfred Bobking. He is a professor of finance at the University of Ghana, Legon, and also an internationally respected financial analyst. Professor Bobking, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, good morning.
Thank you.
Good morning to Honorable here and the good people of Ghana. Happy New Year. It's not too late to say Happy New Year.
Indeed. Many happy returns. Thank you for joining us. Phyllis Kwachofosu is Minister in charge of Government Communications, spokesperson for the President. He's going to be joining us in a bit. He's just put himself together. He's joining us shortly. Also, Martin Kpebu is a private legal practitioner and then also the leader of Komepreko Reloaded demonstration. Martin Kpebu is joining us in a bit. But let's start off with what I've just said right now. This week, we saw what happened with the challenge with public transport. And I just want to recall the experiences of people this week, especially in the evening when they close from work. This is what my colleagues, Christian Yale and Joseph Armstrong Gold-Alogbe, observed on the streets at night this week. Take a look.
It's very, very frustrating. Being after working for a hard day work for the day, come here, start here for about sometimes 1 hour, 2 hours before getting car to go home. It's so frustrating. So we'll be very happy if government can supply provide more cars for.
It's not easy though. I lost my phone through this mess.
You lost your phone through this mess?
Yes, and I'm just appealing for the government if it can intervene for us.
Because
here baby no time na start adwuma no obi ntimi bantem anajo say na obi so start na adwuma and is matromas no be mu a o be ha sa nipa kro no. What is
to this man, sir, please come close to me. Let's have this conversation. Where are you going?
I'm going to Domi.
Domi? Yeah. So why are you still here? For how long have you been here?
Charlie, I've been standing in Accra at Abraka for almost 2 hours. I just came here. The situation here, dear Charlie,
What's the situation? What's the challenge?
Also, from Domi to work, from work to Domi, I spend like 40 cedis a day. The jobs that we are doing, I'm not sure that they get much. And they get like 60 cedis a day. That one if it be tip where they tip from my boss. You go get car, like I go come the roadside by 5 before I go reach house, not 10.
Okay. So we are also told that in the evening they increase the transport fare. Is that the case?
It be so then they do for a year. It be so. If you come from home at morning, it be 7 cedis from Domi. But they go home from Accra to Achimota station be 10 cedis. All station to Domi, it be 5 cedis. So that one be say 15 cedis, difference 8 cedis. It be Kalabule. You do cry, I know they get Domi, so I take.
So where are you also going to?
Yeah, Pokwasi.
Pokwasi, you've been here for how long?
Oh, like 2 hours now.
You've been here for 2 hours now?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so tell me, we are told in the evening they increase the fare. Have you also experienced that?
Oh, yeah. Now, Pokwase, the fare is 6 cedis, but in the evening time they take 10 cedis. Sometimes you take it like short. They will load from like Circuit to Barrier, 10 cedis. After Barrier, you need to take some to Pokwase. There too is somewhere like 3 cedis. But actually, some days ago, they was taking like 5 cedis from Barrier to Pokwase. So from here to Pokwase, you can pay almost like 50 cedis.
Before you get to your destination?
Yes.
Well, these are the lived experiences of people, the realities people had to face beyond this indicators trending in the right direction. That is the reality that we're talking about this week. And the bread and butter issues are a major focus, and it's of priority to us here on the key point. And joining us is Martin Kpebu, is private legal practitioner. Counsel, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Morning, Mr. Kansi. Morning. It's good to be here once again. It's a Saturday morning, right? The good people of Ghana, good morning. And thank you for making this program the best, uncontested, and unparalleled, right? So we'll do the rituals. Once again, we want to thank this Togbe Apede for standing up during the bad regime of Akufo-Addo. Yes, and to us of Kufu, former Chief Justice. Yes, Domahine Osiadeyo Ajimabedu the second, Kentucky Tech through the second, right? Yes, and of course we'll remind the Office of Special Prosecutor about the 52.5 billion that case has been reported to them, and so we have to see how far they've gone, right? And the same with the Auditor General Johnson, Ekwuamoesidu. You know, he promised over 4 years ago, so 5 and something years ago, that he would get to the bottom of that 52.5 billion. Money far in excess of what we borrowed from the IMF, and yet we can't find that money. And there's no explanation. This is not it. And of course, as usual, men above 40, please, your prostate health, please check. Let's not lose you unnecessarily. Thank you.
The lead advocate for this, Counsel, thank you. Thank you very much for this. And this is it. And this is where I start off with you, Professor Bobkin, on what you just saw. That is the lived reality of people this week with this public transport situation, even though we're seeing this one. Look at petrol. At this point, we should have been smiling, is it not?
Well, good morning. So if you say this is a lived experience of people this week, this is what people have been going through for several years. Several years. It's just getting worse because largely it's a reflection of lack of planning. Urban planning and forecasting to determine the growth and the demand. And then critically, what you see here and what Ghanaians have been going through for years, it's a good indicator of the huge infrastructure deficit in the urban, peri-urban. Particularly, I'm linking that to road connectivity.
Right.
So if you look at the travel time between High Street and Adenta, when people close from work, it means that how often a trotro can go to Adenta and come back and reload is very restricted.
Sure.
Very restricted. And as a country, we haven't taken time to analyze this and understand our rush hour in the morning and then close of work so that we deploy specific interventions within this period. Elsewhere in other countries, they recognize the rush hour, and how do we manage that? Sure. Essentially, we have left this to the fate of Ghanaians. If you survive, fine. Otherwise, it's your own problem and all of that. And I think I've also gone through this before. I mean,
we all have, in fact.
Yes.
But you've seen over time some sort of an attempt to address the rush hour situation with the deployment of buses to apply specific routes to where we know it's traffic prone. Now we saw with Metromas, over 1,000 buses, 600 and over have broken down, and just about 400 are on the road.
A lot of these things, the sustainability, if it's born out of planning, you reinforce it and all of that, because population is growing. There is rural-urban migration and all of that. So clearly, this is unfortunate. In fact, if you look at this broadly, and also the microeconomy, one is tempted to say with caution that our leaders should be moderate how we celebrate success and achievement.
Our leaders should be moderate.
Yes.
How we celebrate success.
And how we seek to create a certain narrative of arrival
How do you mean?
or achievement, because there's a huge disconnect between the macro level achievement, you've highlighted that, and then at the micro level. It may not be necessarily the fault of government, but it takes time for macro level development to translate to the micro and improve livelihoods in a way that every or majority of Ghanaians can associate with that. And the reason is also, so the extent to which this macro level development will translate to improve livelihoods at the micro level, at the household level, would also depend on a number of factors. And in this country, one of the biggest restriction to our growth drivers has to do with poor road connectivity. Look, almost 100% of Ghana's freight activity system is dependent on roads, which is environmentally taxing, right? And in the last 25 years, if you see the growth, urbanization and all of that, road network, both in terms of expansion and then also the quality, has failed to track that progress.
True.
Our food inflation, more than 30% of the price build-up is as a result of transport challenges. It's as a result of transport challenges.
That's transporting the food from the food basket areas to
So sometimes the reason why we are hungry in Accra is not because our farmers are lazy. It's because the distance between where the farmland is and where our mouth is in urban and peri-urban areas is becoming wider and wider. And we are unable to improve that connectivity and efficiency for transport. The strategy that worked in the 70s, call it Operation Feed Yourself, Operation Feed Industries, probably worked within the shortest possible time. Today, that won't work because the threat of real estate, urbanization to farmland. Okay, so the more you see all of this, the more you see that we are pushing farmland further away from urban and peri-urban. And really, I haven't seen, Ghanaians should forgive me, I haven't seen a national policy to preserve farmland.
There should be a deliberate...
Even within urban and peri-urban areas. Because when you go to advanced countries, you see in the heart of the city, farming, because it's life.
Now we've sold all.
Urbanization, real estate, and all of that. So these things it's good that they are showing up. They've been there all this while. Look, and Alfred, let me give you a couple of examples. In the last 15 years, Ghana has failed to progress relative to some of our peers, even including Cote d'Ivoire. If you look at the IMF's road quality index, which they track by using the cross-country travel time, what they measure called the mean speed score, Ghana is not in the top 10 in Africa.
In Africa?
We are not in the top 10. Ghana is not in the top 20. We are not in the top 30. In fact, our mean speed score, cross-country, is just around 56 kilometers per hour. So, in other words, even if you have 4x4, how do they call it? Whatever, cross-country, which is designed for speed and all of that, the maximum you can do cross-country on the average is 56.
At least the least.
I see.
This is inefficiency. Ivory Coast, they are doing more than 78. Other countries are doing more than 100 and all of that. So when it comes to transportation, speed is efficiency. And of course, you're also mindful of and all of that. Because certain cars are actually not designed to do below 50. You're underutilizing it and all of that. So sometimes you realize that whether you have a car or you are queuing, it makes no difference.
You queue in the traffic.
Yeah, you queue in the traffic. And all of that. Look, time will not allow us. If you look at the health cost, the productivity losses of what we are discussing here is huge. It's huge.
That's
in terms of,
the
look,
amount of time you spend in traffic.
you know, during COVID, road accident took away lives much more than COVID itself. For Ghana, the real COVID wasn't the virus. It was road accident. In any serious country, would have declared state of emergency. The number of lives lost to road accident.
During COVID.
Oh, come on. And beyond, annually, you can check that. The only thing is that, in this country, when people die, it looks like nothing has happened.
Yeah, I mean, in 1 year, we had over 3,400 people die on the roads. It's more of a statistical analysis, so that in the next year, we had less of it. So I think then subsequent year, we had 3,200 people die. And then we said, oh, there's been an improvement because as against the previous year, 3,428 people died. And then the next year, 3,220 people died. So that's the improvement. That's the,
yes.
We only look at the statistical reduction.
The productivity losses. Look, deaths and years of life lost permanently. Those who didn't die, but their life is damaged permanently. Look, it's huge. Look, people actually work in traffic rather than working in the office. If you look at when people wake up in the morning, just to make it to the office by 8 a.m. or so, in fact, some people have to wake up by 3 a.m., sometimes by 3:30 a.m. or 4 a.m., they've set off, just to put food on the table. And then when they close, they have to endure this traffic. So on the average, people are sleeping less than 4 hours. Every day, within the 24 hours. If you continue like this, without any break, the health implication, maximum 15 years, your body will give up. So this is huge. Look, it's not only just
this is
food.
a crucial point that that's the health aspect of things.
You know, sometimes when some people get to work, they just can't start work immediately. They have to put their bag down and cool down.
True. Absolutely. That's
before they are able to. I'm not saying this. Look, this thing has been there over the years. Okay, but I'm sure it has become a bit more pronounced because we've seen performance last year, and therefore people want to identify with it directly, and all of that. It will take a while.
So you say that, look, even though all of these indicators are trending in the right direction, it will take a while for it to translate into our lives.
Yes.
That impatience is what you would have to, speak to people about, because you know what? Government is communicating this as the gains. The only way people will make meaning of the gains is when we see a direct reflection of it in our lives, is it not?
Yes, but it will take a while. That's why I'm saying that in the communication, we recognize the progress that has been made. We must also recognize the transmission mechanisms and how long it will take for this improvement to reflect broad-based and all of that. We also can't deny that some of these gains are being felt and all of. We can't deny that. Probably at the scale that every Ghanaian would want to see is not happening right now. But remember that what we have been doing in the last couple of years under the IMF program is a stabilization program. It's to give us macroeconomic stability. Macroeconomic stability is not an end in itself. It's a means to an end. Okay, right. So what we are trying to do now is to secure the means that will lead us towards economic transformation. Either you look at it from structural transformation or productivity transformation. So it will take a while. In fact, if you look at the Asian model and other countries, the distance between securing macroeconomic stability and economic transformation took some of these serious countries not less than 15 years of doing the right things consistently. And reforms are more effective, they are bundled together and they reinforce each other. We are unable to do that. You see, since 1992, we tend to achieve relative macroeconomic stability in between elections and crisis. Then, after 2 years or so, all those gains are eroded. So we are unable to build on it to ensure that there is this. Apart from food inflation that I spoke about, close to 30% of manufacturing price buildup in this country is as a result of transport inefficiency and logistical challenges. Manufacturing alone. So if you have such a system, okay, it's going to be very difficult for your private sector to be competitive, and produce at a lower average cost and compete with the likes of China and the rest of them, okay, who are able to produce at much lower cost. In fact, in China, in terms of logistical cost build-up, it's less than 10%. We are doing more than 30%. And you see that in all of this, I mean, previous administration and even now, they recognize this. And I'll give you a couple of examples. If you look at the NDC's, the government's 24-hour policy and accelerated export development, you see how they recognize what we are talking about here this morning. So the 24-hour policy that is broken down into 8 pillars. Of course, the unique thing is to add 24 to all of them. So there's Grow 24, Make 24, and all of that. Sandwich between Grow 24 and Make 24 is Connect 24, which is about the subject we are talking about here today. So there is, from a conceptual point of view, government recognizes that you can have agriculture for economic transformation and scale up in industrialization or add value to your primary product and export without addressing connectivity. So they call that pillar Connect 24. I believe that under that you have the big push and all of that. And personally, I am very heavy on infrastructure. And Ghanaians should forgive me. I will be very happy to say enough of debt to GDP ratio, right? I will be happy to support government if they will say that, look, we want to close the infrastructure gap. And even if that will mean our debt to GDP ratio is going to go up, I will support government to the extent that we can achieve higher value for money. For every CD we borrow and we invest appropriately. Do you know why? Because, look, Alfred, when we talk about transformation, there's no basics to start. The basis of economic transformation is infrastructure, transportation, either by road, rail, whatever, and all of that. We don't have that. Look, as we sit here in this country, you can't just tell yourself that I'm getting up and going to Ho and come back. The distance between Shanghai and Beijing is over 1,200 kilometers.
And the travel time is what?
Trains are doing it less than 5 hours. 1,200. The distance between Accra and Kumasi is around 250 kilometers. Right?
Now you do
and it will take you more than 6 hours. If you are not careful, you may not even arrive. In the 90s, if you check this country, we have deteriorated. In the 90s, we had this kind of transport, Peugeot or something, right? Some of them could do Accra Kumasi in 2.5 hours.
1 pound. Yeah.
1 pound, I don't know how to call it. I hope you understand.
1 pound, yeah.
Some of them could do Accra Kumasi in 2.5 hours. You can see with years and deterioration, even if you have 4x4 cross country, it will not take you less than 5 hours.
Absolutely.
We are not going anywhere. Look, if after almost 69 years of independence, we have not been able to network the 16 or the 10 major regions of this country by express rate, we should apologize to Ghanaians.
You should apologize.
We deserve more than this. It's the starting point. Look, when we talk about economic activity, it's largely movement. Any system that restricts movement is inefficiency. And it's the reason why you see this progress at the macro level that is not translating. I hope you understand that. So transport challenges, the inefficiency there, and all of that. What people go through, any serious country should not take their citizens through this. And there are no options. Sometimes, even if your car is of the highest grade and all of that, there are no options.
It is the reality check that you bring to this situation. You talked about you conclude.
So I am happy. In fact, I'm happy, and I was happy when I looked at the NDC's manifesto, especially the big push and all of that. And I was also happy. I have a little reservation about the 24-hour policy and all of that. But this is government policy. There are a lot of good things in there. I see the diagnosis, the connectivity from Grow 24, Make 24, sandwich between that, Connect 24, Fund 24, Go 24, Aspire 24, and all of that. We have to, given the level of challenges, we need to act at scale. Okay, we need to act at scale with efficiency because you see, when you see these challenges and all of that, before development will reach some people in this country, death would have taken them away.
Before development reaches some people in
progress,
this country,
real progress,
death would have taken them away.
Real progress.
You talk about the politics of borrowing, and the reason why you have government focus so much on reducing the debt GDP ratio is because of sometimes the politics of things. But you say, look, engage in productive borrowing. Let the citizens see the evidence of your borrowing, and you will be okay with that. And then also the communication of the gains.
Of the gains. And also,
also,
it's not every road infrastructure government should put on their balance sheet. Look, government alone cannot finance its economic strategy. That's why we have private capital. True. So there are certain economic roads that government should not put on their balance sheet. We should explore private partnership to develop this so that the cost of that will not be on government books as a way of adding to the debt. I hope you understand
Absolutely.
that. So it's not every road that will be attractive to private sector, but there are certain economic roads. And that is why we make distinction between economic infrastructure, social infrastructure, some that can pay for themselves. Let's explore all of this because given the magnitude of challenges and all of that, we cannot go at snail pace. We need to act at scale. And also, in fact, if you track along competitive indices globally and all of that, Ghana is falling behind. We are way behind. If you track for competitiveness, economic complex index, and so many of them, when you see these things, we sometimes boast that we are the shining example of Africa and all of that. If you check the IMF road quality index, you see some countries that are doing far better than Ghana.
Well, but you see, and all of these indicators, and talk about the communication of it, it falls squarely on the lap of one man who has joined us. That's Felix Kwatiofosu, is the minister in charge of government communications and also the spokesperson for the president, and the Abrasebu Kwamankesi member of parliament. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Alfred.
Thank you for joining us. The communication of these gains. You heard Professor Bobkin talk about how it should be communicated because of how long, or it may be not too immediate translation into the lives of people. We'll come to that. But even the IMF recognizes that in measuring the growth in a country, the gross domestic product is not the only thing you should look at. In fact, they added one indicator, the gross national happiness, so that if all of this is looking good and your people are not happy, then it means that there's something wrong. Yes.
Let me give you an example. In some countries, they call gross domestic product gross domestic problem.
Okay, thank you very much, Alfred. And let me appreciate Prof for taking us to the classroom back this morning, because
I'm defending my salary.
Yes, his whole intervention has been on economic policies and how they affect and all that. But you introduced the subject of transportation and how it's affecting our economy, and particularly how our people are feeling, notwithstanding the positive indicators in terms of inflation. I would want us to look at, in fact, let me also commend you for bringing this very important. But again, when you overload it with other subjects for discussion, we don't focus on the very important intellectual intervention as given this morning, because very soon we are going to digress into other areas that will not support the discussion. So please, in future, let's pick a topic, focus on it, bring the necessary human resource so we can deal with it adequately in time. But having said that, I think on the issue of transportation, we are all too focused on road transport, and that is the problem that I identify. The matrix of transportation, we should look at other options, alternatives. And I was very happy when President Akufo-Addo introduced this Ministry of Railway. And I thought that it should have been the platform on which the transportation mix would have been promoted. But unfortunately, again, politics couldn't get us to realize it. We can bring 1 million vehicles on the road. It will not solve the problem. With the level of infrastructure, build up we have in the country. We are not expanding in our road systems. We are not doing new roads as much as we are doing importation of new vehicles. So obviously, we are going to create a far worse situations as we even go forward. If the level of infrastructure development does not match the level of the demands for use of the infrastructure. So, and my suggestion is that, the solution that I think would be is to increase the mix and let's get alternatives like railway. In fact, other countries are doing better with the introduction of the rail system, and it's been more profitable and it's been more efficient if you do railway. And it's costly if you are looking at road transport alone, because managing the infrastructure in itself is so costly. And if you compare it to managing maintenance in railway, you see that you will be getting positive results. So I think that we should look at the railway sector. And again, in the urban settings, go to other areas. The public transport does better than private transport. But public transport in railway solves some of the problems that otherwise would have come.
But if you say that the Railway Development Ministry was created and because of politics, we didn't see much
I know too much.
What do you mean?
I know too much in the industry that I don't really want. And it is part it is part of the reasons that we sought to change people in certain ministries. You understand? Because and Ghana cannot do railway all by himself. No government can do it. And as Prof was saying, I don't see why governments will have to spend money from the road from Kumasi to Accra. I don't see why. I mean, this is a commercial road that any bold investor can put money in and realize the money in a short period of time. So I would prefer that government would rather spend money on the non-commercial roads that will provide facility and service to people in those areas, rather than investing our money in a road that can bring returns. You go to America and they told the rules and the investors get their monies. So also in railway, for example, I am privy to a group that applied to do the Takoradi Kumasi Rail on the BOT.
In the previous administration?
Yes.
You're privy to
yes, and I'm very sad that that project was not realized. And I'm not sure that anybody will come and tell me that we had problems with implementation, but for, policy and political interests. Otherwise, why?
What's your political interest on the part of who? What happened?
You see, when you want to do a project, when you do the financials, you also do the priority financing models. And then when you select the wrong model, that is where you have problems. Somebody will say, I want to do this on BOT. And then somebody will say, no, let's do it on GOG. What interest will inform that decision that instead of BOT, let's do GOG?
Build, operate, transfer.
Yes.
Instead of the government of Ghana fully funded.
Yes. When you know that a BOT will deliver the project to us quicker and better than a GOG. You understand? So there are a lot of things that go into. So our anger was not, in person, my anger was not only in the financials and in the economy. Some of it was also coming from how people are frustrated. How people are frustrated. Otherwise, realizable projects. But let's end it. But let's find solutions also. And I'm saying that the railway will provide us with both underground and overhead. And indeed, in Accra, from Adenta to Circle, a rail system can, and we have the median that could be exploited also. And it was one of the considerations. You see, when you do all these projects and it comes to decision making and people take these decisions as so personal that they don't conform to the project specification, then we have problems. The reason why the median from Adenta to Circle was made was to accommodate online railway. So you cannot solve this problem from Adenta to Circle by any means except by railway.
That's the solution you see.
And that's the reason why they modeled the road to leave the median. But Adenta to Circle, why would government want to invest in railway from Adenta to Circle? I think people know that when you put your money in Adenta to Circle, you will realize your money with profits. So let's instead of government seeking to find resource, just market the project so that somebody will put his money in.
These things look, reasonable. It should be the reasonable
having been part of the ministry, having been part of projects like that, I know that it is possible for investors to come in. Sometimes bureaucratic bottlenecks. People will come and want to do projects like that, and I know some people will come and they are not happy after the interactions.
I see.
You understand?
What is the source of their unhappiness?
The source of bureaucracy.
Bureaucracy.
If you have to fly over from Syria to come here and then you sit in a lobby waiting for 4 hours, 3 hours, you see, you're wasting somebody's time. You see?
To see a minister or somebody.
To see a public officer. For you to advance your project. You are not getting it. He goes and he doesn't come back. Some of the times it happens. And me, I'm a very practical person. And I think that when there was a Ministry for Evaluation and Monitoring, I was happy. Because when you give somebody too much power and you don't supervise the power can be used wrongly. So the monitoring ministry was supposed to oversee all of us and look at how we will also put our resources into good use and be more efficient. But unfortunately, even that ministry became a peer ministry, also, working with and through the ministers. And when you go there and they say, oh, my brother, you have come, and then that's it. We did not do proper monitoring and evaluation. To tell the man in the this year, your achievements are falling short of expectations. So that and you need to do A, B, C, D. We ourselves in government and in public space, we must look at how efficient we are in the course of our duties. We give you assignment for a day. How are you able to realize it? Somebody will go and then they give him an assignment for a day. It takes him 1 week instead of 1 day, and nobody says anything. So I'm saying that in the transportation sector, we need to look at alternatives.
Right.
And the best alternative available to us. You see, Accra, for example, Accra is below the sea level, and you know that. So we can't do effective underground railway effectively because it will be too expensive.
Right.
To do, and considering that the sea level and all that. So the on-land lines could be the solution. And I'm saying that the median between Adenta and Circle is a reservation meant for rail transportation. So also we have one from Kaswa to the city center. We should be looking at those options. But looking at road transport again will only compound the situation.
So your solution will be more buses on the road? No. And if I talk about the brains to talk about this, you are one of the brains to talk about this. With all the information that you have shared this morning. And I'll go to...
Deputy
listen to me. I have been invited to attend workshops as resource person in Dubai and South Africa since I left the office as deputy minister. And even this year, I have invitation to participate in World Rail. But no Ghanaian public sector person has spoken to me after I left that ministry.
And in fact, that's why I was asking why you talk about the human resource to talk about it this morning. You served in that ministry as deputy minister. So you are capable, competent to talk about it.
I'm telling you that I won't go to Germany.
I'll come to you. I'll come to you on this. And I want to convey all the issues to Phyllis Kwacho Fosu to speak about because he's here in that capacity to respond to some of the concerns that you have raised, both gentlemen.
Yeah.
Also on this particular issue, because of the realities that I talk about that people live as against what we see as the economic growth of the country. That disconnect, how do we address it?
Well, so those are currently on the table, going straight to the point. The way to address the disconnect is to see practically what are the challenges. So, or where do we have the bottlenecks that are preventing the ordinary people from enjoying the benefits. So, if taking the fuel one, for instance, my understanding is that the deputy roads transport minister, Toffee, the MP, says that they are repairing the buses. She says, yes, she says currently they
of them,
yes,
600 broken down. And
excellent.
Also will speak to that.
Yes, and she says they are repairing them at the speed of light, so that by Monday, so 2 days from now, we'll see a massive improvement.
So these buses could be repaired?
Yeah, she says they are repairing them at the speed of light.
So by Monday, we'll see
We'll see a massive improvement. So that would help. Yes, that would help. Because, once the fuel prices have come down significantly, we expect that it should translate. So let's see how it pans out on Monday. And then I understand that also, just in the run-up to the elections, it was announced by the previous regime that they had bought 100 new buses.
That's the electric one?
Yes, the EV buses. But this current administration said that when they took over, they were only 10. They were only 10. A certain popular politician said they had bought 100. A government changes over, and they found only 10. The remaining 90, they are yet to pay for. And it's become an albatross on the neck of this current government, right? Yeah. So, you can Google it and see a few days to the elections who went and announced in the previous regime that they had bought 100 new buses. And then when the tables turned, this current administration found 10. So you see that these politicians always gaslighting us day in, day out, right? Yeah, so let's do the repairs. Now, apart from that, too, another way of, making sure that these gains go on, we'll borrow from today, Professor Bobkin is delved a bit into the 24-hour economy. I also see the Volta corridor, Volta corridor in the 24-hour economy. So the part I'm most interested in, every day here we are talking about cost of living. So the part that touches me is how they want to be able to use it to transport food from the north to the south.
Yeah.
Yes, how they will be able. Yes. So it's popular. Yes. Yes. They said they will reduce the cost from about 40% to about 20%.
That's around 1/8 of the normal road cost.
Excellent. So it's a Volta corridor.
I respect that analysis in the 24-hour policy.
Yes. So that is what we should be watching keenly. And it's good, Mr. There's Kwati Fosu is here, that we'll be watching that one keenly so that it transforms. Because your question to me is, how do we translate this decrease in fuel prices and other indicators to the pocket of the ordinary Ghanaian? So if we can get the transportation, the Volta corridor working well, so that the food would come from the north to the south at very cheap prices, so that it can translate to further reduction in inflation, then that would be excellent. So that's one key area to watch. Now, on the matter of...
to help you, the third leg has been constructed.
Okay.
Tema in Pakadan.
Okay.
Is there.
Yeah.
So one part of it is done.
Okay.
We need to do the dredging on the Volta and then connect to Yendi.
Excellent.
That's finished.
Perfect. That would be good. And also, in natural fact, this rail thing, when Edu Boahin was campaigning to become president in 92, he promised the Accra-Paga railway. Accra-Paga. Yes, 1992. Kufuor mentioned it a few times and it died. Recently, I've been hearing through the grapevine that somebody is, coming back to look at it, Accra-Paga railway. Yeah, so maybe...
like you said, Kufuor designed it, and we have done the third leg. And we need to do the harvesting of the trees in the Volta and buy some badges. Then we will get to Yendi.
Okay.
And then from Yendi to whatever place we need to connect.
So that's the Volta corridor, the water one. But I'm talking about the railway.
Yes, it is still railway. Railway takes us to, and now we have railway to.
Oh, so it's not on land from Accra to
It's
Paga.
not purely on land alone.
Oh, okay.
Railway takes us to to Mpakada now, and this is done.
Okay.
We have done the harvesting under the.
No.
It's
the one that drilled and then there was
it's not in use. But
said there was an accident.
Listen, the infrastructure is provided. The railway line, everything is done up to Mpakada.
Yes. Then there was an accident.
There was an accident, which was a very unnecessary accident because there's something called signaling.
Yeah.
If we had signaling, anything that comes on the road, you'll be able to detect, even in Tema.
Yeah.
So if our signaling system was working, we wouldn't have those accidents.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
So Honorable Appiah, so apart from the, and by the way, I hope today you mentioned the businessman. Okay, let's make progress.
You're becoming too monotonous.
Yeah, so apart from that one that you mentioned, somebody wants to do pure road. I mean the railway on land, pure land, from Accra to Paga. Maybe, where I'm hearing the grapevine later. Okay, so we're saying that it means that government has to support this one too as well, right? Government has to support because from 92, this is 2026, well over about 34 years, right? We should make it happen. Then that would be equivalent to the Shanghai to Beijing that Professor Bobkin mentioned, right? Okay. Yeah, because that too would help. Now, so that's on the matter of the fuel, this and transforming or translating to this reduced cost of living for us, right? Which is a major problem, most parts of the world now. Now, if you come to the inflation, so yes, when food reduces, food prices, etc., reduce, it will bring down inflation. That's those that are captured in the budget. But in the
basket, you mean?
Yes, in the I said budget basket, in the food basket, right? Yes. So, but we all know that as Ghanaians have consistently made it clear that we don't chop inflation. We don't chop inflation. If the inflation we go chop, no. We want to see reduction in food prices. I've seen monitored on social media, and it's good, Mr. Kwatiofusi is here. Young people are complaining a lot about rent. Yeah, so that, you see the celebration. Yes, they appreciate that food prices have come down. I've met people who said for the first time they could buy rice to take to their hometown to distribute, etc., right? But that the rent matter to government needs to do something because, the unemployment rate is high, over 13%, right? And youth unemployment is even worse. So as we churn these young people out of school, and they also look to move on, and yet one of the key things in moving on is to find your own place to go live. And so where there isn't, or where the rent is not affordable, so the key word being affordability, then it creates a lot of disquiet. Because you see, though we are still very excited that we sacked the MPP, etc., but a bit beneath the excitement, there's still a lot of tension about the, cost of living, etc. It comes down, but still, human nature, I think we would want to see it further, come down massively. So yes, this is celebrated, but young people are looking forward to further reductions. And so we wish to see how the government will tackle rent, because it's even in the constitution that we should do and provide better rent for our citizens, right? And we all know the housing deficit has been going for decades. We say 1.8 million, then we hear 2 million, etc. So what are we doing to ramp it up? We know how Saglame didn't end up well for us. And natural fact has become very costly. Has become very. Yes.
You have their headquarters there.
Can you imagine?
Human beings were supposed to live there, but now snakes.
I thought they had
living in real estate.
We haven't sold them out to the citizens. In the previous regime, the last days, upon Kroma, yes.
An arrangement, no.
Yes.
On the Saglemi.
Yes.
There was the announcement of some sort of private sector intervention in it, correct?
Yes, it was announced in the dying embers of the previous administration, but it is under review.
It's under review.
Because we believe that it is not the best or most ideal situation. It was meant to be public housing, which is affordable for people within a certain income brackets.
I see.
But we had expected the NPP to continue. They left it to rot
Yeah.
for 8 years. And then in the dying embers of their administration, they tried to put together or cobble together some arrangements, as it were, to put it into private hands. But it's under review, and we'll come back to ensure that your initial objective is achieved.
I want to stay with you unless you're done with your point.
No, so as usual, it's good. Let's not get tired of repeating. We keep reading the Bible, from infancy. As soon as you learn how to read, you read the Bible till you die. The same for the Quran. So every time this this matter comes up, it's customary for me to read Article 36, so that the more citizens get used to Article 36, I'm sure the more the advocacy can improve. So in terms of managing the economy, this is just one of them. At least this is more direct in terms of managing the economy for our better welfare. It says, the state shall take all necessary action to ensure that the national economy is managed in such a manner as to maximize the rate of economic development and to secure the maximum welfare, freedom, and happiness of every person in Ghana, and to provide adequate means of livelihood and sustainable employment and public assistance to the needy. Then, listen, sub-clause, yes, it talks about, yes, that's
directive principles of state
directive principles of state policy, and the Supreme Court has made it clear that these ones too are justiciable, meaning that you can sue in a court of law. Just like the way, if you are hungry, you can't get food, you are allowed to sue in the Supreme Court that there should be a declaration that the government has a duty to provide food for you, right? So it's in recognition of that President Kufuor brought this livelihood empowerment against. Yeah, it's not just freebie. No, in other parts of the world, especially in India, people went to court that the government has a duty to provide food. And the Supreme Court so held. And since then, there have been many parts of the world where that principle has been upheld. So when you see livelihood empowerment, it's not a freebie. It's because the government saw it long ago that, hey, there's a constitutional right to food, right? So the other principles are here. I think we have to move on. But just to go through that there should be a guarantee of a fair and realistic remuneration for production and productivity, in order to encourage continued production and higher productivity, affording ample opportunity for individual initiative and creativity in economic activities, and fostering an enabling environment for a pronounced role of the private sector in the economy.
Right.
Ensuring that individuals and the private sector bear their fair share of social and national responsibilities, including the responsibilities to contribute to the overall development of the country. Then D, undertaking even and balanced development of all regions and every part of each region of Ghana, and in particular, improving the conditions of life in the rural areas and generally redressing any imbalance in development between the rural and the urban areas, all right? Okay. And the recognition that the most secure democracy is the one that assures the basic necessities of life for each people as a fundamental duty. So
the security of our democracy is directly hinged on our ability to meet the basic needs.
Yes.
Including food, transport, of the people.
And that's why we say in a cliche that unemployment is a national security threat. Unemployment, that is what we mean.
We see. Perfect. Council, appreciate you for this and putting it in the context of what the law says in our constitution. And this is why I bring in Phyllis Kwachofosu, because, in fact, let me start off from where Professor Bokpin indicated that, yes, all of these factors and indicators look good, trending towards the right direction, which must be celebrated. But then again, the celebration must be in modesty. And the communication of it, which directly falls on your laps, must also take into consideration the fact that it will take a while for all of these to translate directly into the lives of people. So you must be measured in how you communicate this, so as not to be seen to be overly celebrating this when people are actually living the reality of not seeing how much of the celebration in their lives.
Alfred, that is precisely what we've been doing. There's a long-standing debate about the connection between the drop in inflation and other indices and its reflection in the realities of the people. Indeed, it is what Professor Bokpin and his colleague economists refer to as the politician's error. That is the moment we hear that inflation has fallen, you demand that there should be a reduction. I had some education from Dr. Kwabena Dufo when he was finance minister. When I posed such a question, he told me that there's often a time lag between the drop in some indices and then its reflection in the markets. But Alfred, there's no dispute that one of the biggest, perhaps the biggest concern that Ghanaians had going into 2024 was the cost of living and the general economic hardship.
Sure.
And as a party, we were responsive to that in the programs that we proposed to them as basis for us to be elected. So they elected us. And since we came to power, we've done everything humanly possible to ensure that there is a reduction in the cost of living so that people have the opportunity to live meaningful lives and that the suffering and hardships they were subjected to in the last 8 years are abated. And that's precisely what has happened. After, there's no dispute about the importance of these indices because it shows you at a macro level what the overall picture of the economy is. So when you hear of inflation, it shows you the rate at which the price of goods and services are falling. When you hear of the debt, how much do you owe, which impacts your ability to have resources to do other things, to invest in infrastructure like Professor Bokpin and other panelists here have indicated. When you hear about your deficit, your primary balance, it gives you an indication of how prudent you are being in the management of your resources.
Sure.
Now, all those are important. There's the exchange rate, which is extremely important because of our present import dependency. Of course, the ideal situation is to be export-oriented. No, first of all, in our situation, we just need to be self-sufficient, and then we become export-oriented. That is being worked on through the 24-hour economy and other policies. But ultimately, because we are import-dependent, the currency is so important because then it translates into the prices of goods and services, which is at the heart of the cost of living crisis. That is why there was a sustained effort to ensure that we bring the exchange rate under control. Once that happened, it was always going to result in a reduction in the cost of living.
That's right.
And Alfred, I take your point about not exaggerating or arguing with the electorates.
That's right.
And insisting that things are good when they feel that things are not good. We are not about to do that. But where empirical evidence exists of some reduction in the cost of living, it is important that that is addressed, especially when the issue, especially when there are political actors who seek to deny the objective reality. One of the biggest contributors to the cost of living is the price of fuel, because apart from its use in vehicular movement, it also has a certain translatory effect on the price of goods and services, because one of the cost factors for fixing prices is transportation, the carting of goods and services from one point to the other. But before we came to power, at least in January of 2025, fuel sold around 15 cedis. Indeed, at a point in 2023, it was 23 cedis a gallon for diesel. And this brought on two hardships for people. As we speak, indeed, only yesterday, there was some price war between Goil and Star Oil.
That's true.
They are selling fuel under 10 cedis a litre, which will translate, if you use the 4.5 liters that we use to calculate our gallon, to a little over 50 cedis a gallon, if I'm not mistaken. But before we came to power, a gallon of fuel was hovering close to 100 Ghana cedis. And this was creating severe hardships for the people. I've been checking, Alfred. As of the end of last year, there were 3.7 million cars registered with the DVLA. 3.7 million cars. What this means is that the reduction of fuel has at least ensured cost savings for 3.7 million cars. Out of these, just over 2 million are privately owned. And then 1.7 or so of them are commercial. Many of them involved in
ride-hailing.
What do you call it? Not ride-hailing, but commercial transportation for passengers and goods and what have you. That is a clear indication that millions of people have benefited directly from the reduction. And we all know, those of us who use Ford, I use the Ford Drive in my campaign. Indeed, to fill that vehicle to campaign in AAK, I needed to pay close to 2,000 Ghana cedis. Today, the same vehicle will cost between 1,400 to 1,500 cedis to fill. That's a saving of 500 cedis, a significant amount. Something, pardon me, it is also a fact that the prices of basic goods and commodities have seen reductions. In fact, when the budget was ready in 2024, you know, the moment the cedi began to appreciate, people began to demand corresponding reductions in the price of goods and services. Sure. So the Trade Committee of Parliament summoned GUTA and put it to them that there are complaints that you have failed to respond adequately to one of the key factors for your price, which is exchange rates. GUTA was able to show that the price of up to 4,500 different items had dropped. In fact, it is contained in the report that the Trade Committee submitted to Parliament. And we also do market service. In fact, the Ghana Statistical Service they do their CPI. So they have a basket of goods that on a regular basis they compare in terms of prices. This list that I have here, from cement to fuel, to iron rods, to beans, to water, maize, rice, oil, sardine, tuna, yam, palm fruits, cow meat, goat meat, disinfectants, soap, charcoal, all those things have seen reductions in their prices. And these are things that we feel.
And this was the Ghana Statistical Service?
Yes, and simple market service. People watching me know the price of rice is not the same as it was before. The price of a cup of margarine, a cup of beans is not the same as it was. The price of oil is not the same as it was. Maize, it has come down. You understand me? So this is also being felt by the generality of the citizens. Of course, citizens are right to demand more reductions. And I would love it if prices fell by 90%, so that my disposable income remains and I'm able to save some more for the future. I would love it. And so people are right to demand more. But we cannot gloss over the fact that there have been tangible improvements in the cost of living because of the way that the economy has been managed. After, there's also the issue, and I'm glad that Prof is here. He understands it better than myself, perhaps, that there are people in society who engage in rent seeking. What they do is that they want supernormal profit. So they use an upsurge in some cost factors, say exchange rates or taxes, as justification to increase prices. When these factors drop, they become used to the price that they are receiving, and so are reluctant to reduce it. And they begin to cite all manner of untenable excuses. For instance, there have been claims.
You are talking economics now.
Yes. So of course, in a market economy, in a competitive environment, so normally it is competition that drives them. For instance, what Star Oil and Goil are doing. The moment Goil announced 9.99, they also announced 9.97. So people said that, at least there's a 2 pesewa saving that I'll make with Star Oil. So perhaps let me go there. I suspect that other OMCs will respond because they will be left behind if they don't respond, and their profit margins may take a hit. But there are people who engage in rent. Let's take the issue of Kinky. There have been claims about Kinky prices going up. But first of all, it is difficult to measure some of those items because we don't have a uniform size. It's difficult to compare different sizes of Kinky, so you don't even know what size they are talking about. But let us assume that there's some uniform. Unlike a bag of rice, which is measurable and is the same everywhere, you can't do the same for Kinky. So, for instance, the price of maize has dropped. There was a time when it sold for 1,600 cedis a bag. Then it came to around 1,200 cedis a bag. Now it's around 800 cedis a bag. So if somebody bought a bag of maize to make Kinky out of, even if the person used charcoal to boil the Kinky, the price of a bag of charcoal has come down. If the person used gas, the price of gas has come down. So what justification would exist to increase the price of Kinky? And how can you fault government for that kind of rent-seeking behavior? Of course, in the past, you could fault government directly because the price of maize went up, the price of fuel went up, the price of gas went up, the price of even charcoal went up. So you could fault governments on that score. Look at the transportation issue, for instance. Fuel has come down significantly. Indeed, any time that there was a time when transport owners used to arbitrarily increase transport fares. So under President Kufuor, there was this road transport coordinating committee that he set up, one of the most brilliant initiatives, which insisted that, look, pricing has to be fixed twice a year, unless there's some extraordinary circumstance which intervenes. So because of that, we began to have some order. So at the beginning of the year and then the middle of the year, prices were reviewed. Sometimes it goes up, sometimes it comes down marginally, depending on the factors. So the same situation has persisted. Now, what are the things that contribute to fixing of transport fares? Maybe the cost of the car that was purchased, the cost of spare parts, and then fuel. And then if there are some prevailing taxes maybe there are some tariffs or tolls that they pay and taxes that they pay. Now, all these indicators have taken a nosedive in terms of their cost. They've come down. And I've been the reason why
the spare parts dealers say the spare
no,
parts
Alfred, it's not true.
Having gone down. That's why.
No, it's not. Indeed, indeed, the trade minister last week or the week before went round to engage them, and the fact that came out is that indeed prices are falling. And the reason why that has happened, I'm going to show you. You see, I have always insisted that this discussion must be based on fact and not conjecture. So I have actually asked those who are directly involved in the activities that results in the fixing of prices for data. So if you go to ports, if you go to customs, they are the ones who collect duty. So a typical transport now will tell you that he bought a vehicle at a certain cost, then brought it in. In the course of operating it, spare parts have gone up, fuel prices have gone up, so he's increased the fare, right? So what is the cost of a car now? Alfred, if you bought a Toyota Corolla today, in April of last year, as for the home delivery value, it won't change because we don't control it. It's the manufacturer who controls it. So a Toyota Corolla had a home delivery value of $19,700 as of April 2025. That's last year. It hasn't changed because it is not a factor that we control. However, the duty for that was pegged at $7,700. I'm sure it's a percentage of the home delivery value. That's how duty is calculated.
For a Toyota Corolla.
For a Toyota Corolla, 2024 model.
Okay.
Yes. Now, because in April, the exchange rate was 15.4 Ghana cedis to the dollar. If you were going to clear that car, you would pay 119,000 Ghana cedis as duty. By December, because the exchange rate had plummeted to around 11 cedis, the same 2024 Toyota Corolla would cost you 85,000 cedis, which is a reduction of 33,700 cedis. I thought the same for Land Cruiser and other, but those are high-end vehicles, so I won't use it because it's not the normal means of transport for many, many people in this country. Now, for instance, take an item like chicken. If you are not able to buy poultry from Ghana, and maybe you, because of your income level, you depend on frozen chicken, which is largely imported. Now, a container of 10 kilogram boxes of chicken, the home delivery value was $89,000. Again, that one you don't control, so there's nothing to say about it. At an exchange rate of 15.4 cedis in April last year, the total duty you would pay for one container was 985,000 Ghana cedis. Because the exchange rate fell to 11 cedis by December last year, now you would pay 707, which is a saving of 277,000 Ghana cedis. After what reason would anybody dealing in chicken, frozen chicken, have to increase the price if it is not rent seeking?
I see.
And then the final one I was going to tell you about, for instance, cement. It will not surprise you that the price of cement has fallen. Because what has happened? First of all, if you brought in a container of 60,000 metric tons, bulk clinker, which is a key ingredient in the manufacture of cement, it will cost you $3.14 million. Now, mind you, that even the amount of money you needed to buy the clinker itself would reduce because the exchange rate has reduced and it is indexed to the dollar. Then the duty too has reduced. The duty you would have paid for that amount of cement you were importing would be 16 million Ghana cedis in April last year. By December, it had fallen to 11.5 million. So there was a saving of 4.5 million Ghana cedis. What reason would a cement manufacturer have, for instance, for refusing to reduce the price or even increasing it?
No, so that's where the issue. You see, what you are stating is what is captured in here. What happens on the market, which you don't control, is where the issue.
So that's the point I'm making.
Dysfunctional.
So the point I'm making. No, it's not that.
The
point I'm making is that generally there have been price reductions, which we all attest to. And as a government official, I'm not about to exaggerate or take for granted the sensibilities of the people of Ghana. The objective fact that we all attend, because we all live in this country, we bought things under the NPP government. We are buying things now. We will buy things forever, long after this government is gone. So we all know it. We all go to the market. At the very least, every day we eat, so we know what it takes to buy that food. After, because of government policy, the management of the economy, which has resulted in this improvement in the exchange rate, improvement in inflation, and mind you, taxes too have been reduced. If today Martin finished and went to an eatery or a restaurant, for instance, before COVID levy was removed, before VAT was restructured, so that the effective rate is now 20%, not 22%, before sanitation levy was removed, and before e-levy was removed, you would have paid higher than you, because now when you go, those things are not on a receipt anymore, so they don't add to your cost. So that one too has gone down. But there are elements, especially in the transportation sector, who have taken advantage of the fact that during the festive season, there's a natural upsurge in vehicular traffic because people move into the center of town for trading purposes and all that. So there's a natural upsurge. So they see that natural upsurge and increase in numbers and want to take advantage of the situation to make a quick buck and make more money. That's what they call rent seeking. More money than you actually require, given the objective factors that contribute to pricing.
Right.
So that's what they were doing. And then it became problematic. So government immediately responded. We asked STC, to loan us 40. They have these intercity buses, but they are small, not the big ones that they use for intercity transport, but they had these medium-sized ones. So they brought us 40, which were distributed across the heavily populated areas where vehicular movement has become a challenge. Right. Once that happened, it resolved the problem a bit. Then, right after Christmas, STC needed their buses back because they are also a business that needs to be minded by the need to make profit. So they withdrew the buses with the view that the natural upsurge in movement will subside because the U-tide has passed. But it appears that it's been sustained, contrary to conventional wisdom and what we know to be the case in the past. So the decision that has been taken now is that the rent-seeking behavior is being tackled.
How?
Oh, yesterday the vice president met, or I think the day before. Yesterday, yes. Yeah. No, the day before. She met the key transport operators at the transport ministry and put it to them that behavior must end.
The GPRTU and others.
GPRTU, all of them. Because now there is no excuse to increase transport fares. Indeed, transport fares came down when they reduced by 15% because of the corresponding reductions in the factors for pricing. So there's no justification whatsoever beyond rent seeking, which, even though it's not illegal, but it is not an acceptable practice. You understand me? So that has been done. But we do know, and the economists will attest, that it is an overload of supply that drives down prices, because then you give them stiff competition. Indeed, when the STC buses were released, there were instances where the public began to ignore private transport operators and they began to complain. Indeed, there are video and footage of them complaining that activity nearly collapsed their business. Well, I saw a video of it 2 or 3 days ago.
And that's why I find
and then we are going to, if you let me land. So those buses have come back. The STC buses have come back. Okay. Now, Metro Mass Transit, they are also an intercity operator. They are not intracity operators. Okay. Mind you, these are businesses, so they also have their mandate and they need to respond because they have to account to the people of Ghana. Forget about all the mismanagement that went on in the last 8 years and all that. They have some buses that have broken down. There are some of them that are not serviceable. We can't do anything about them except scrapping them. There are others too that you can service quickly.
Yes.
So there are 10 large capacity buses that they have that are being said. That's what the Deputy Minister spoke to you about. So we expect that by Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, they should be back on the road to augment what
I see. So it is those ones that could be easily fixed.
They can be easily fixed. They can be. Naturally, if they were fixed, they would go back to their intercity operations. But essentially, they are loading it to us to address this present crisis.
I see.
Now, but the ultimate solution to the crisis is, first of all, stemming that rent seeking. Because, see, Prof, whilst I take the point you make about the need for investment in public transport and all that, you see, the way our economy works, the way our system is structured, government cannot fully take over public transportation. Whatever it takes, there must be private participation. And indeed, Alfred, you would agree with me, and colleagues would agree with me here, that over the years, the trottoir system has served our needs. We've not had this challenge. So the question you ask is that why have the trottoirs gone to all of a sudden? Why is it that suddenly they appear to have disappeared from the stations? There is rent-seeking behavior. It is artificial. It's not natural. But public transportation is important, and therefore government is interested in investing in it. As I speak to you, there are plans to bring in hundreds of buses, large capacity buses, to augment the fleet. Once that does happen, the transport operators, the private ones, will feel threatened because they know, and those buses will charge the barest minimum in terms of what makes them break even, and then have some margins to be able to keep the operations with. That's what the focus will be. It will not be supernormal, so they will be threatened, and natural competition will drive out the process. But let me tackle also the bits, because hardships come in 2 forms.
Yes,
there is the economic everyday one.
The transport matter. Yes. You see, as you are bringing in more buses, have you also put measures in place to address the fundamental issue of lack of maintenance? Because if you're having
of course.
over 1,000 Metro Mass buses,
yes,
600 and
of
over
course, and
broken down.
the
and just
Ayalolo
about
buses,
400
the
are on the
Ayalolo
road.
buses. You see, Ayalolo buses. We brought in 250 buses just before, I think in 2016 or thereabouts. Yesterday, the vice president, when he met the stakeholders at the transport ministry, had a briefing from the new managing director of the Ayalolo bus, the mass rapid transport system, who said that now there are just about 180 of them. And in fact, as part of the efforts to improve the situation in terms of transportation and congestion we are seeing now, some additional Ayalolo buses that are operational and were designated to operate in other areas of the country are being recalled to urban centers to ease the traffic. But the point I was making is that Ayalolo was run down and that it should have been a profitable business, because transportation is a profitable business. People move. It's one of the things that perhaps has inelastic demand. That's why we are seeing the level of congestion, because whether you like it or not, a certain number of people will move every day. So you are guaranteed a certain minimum income if you operate in that sector. All factors being equal. Ceteris paribus, as the economists say. You understand me? So you should not operate a system like Ayalolo if all factors are equal and have the kind of downturn that we witnessed in the last 8 years. So that is being addressed. But the general issue about easing the suffering of the people, because economic hardships come in two forms. There's the economic one, and then there are poor services that impose hardships. So for instance, you live in a rural community, your wife gets pregnant, and there's no health facility nearby. So chances are that she may lose her life because she doesn't have access to that. It imposes a certain hardship on you, even though it is not necessarily economic. Understand me? So yes, you are a student. You live in Adenta, but you attend school at, say, Accra High. So you are a day student. You have to get to school by 8 a.m. lest you get punished. And yet the transportation system is so poor, the road is narrow, that there's such congestion that you will stay in traffic for 2-3 hours. You don't get here. You are a trader. You should be at post by 8 a.m. Otherwise, you're unlikely to make the sales you make every day. And this can affect your income levels and affect your ability to look after your family. But transportation is poor. That is why this government brought in the big push agenda. The whole idea is to expand our infrastructure to accommodate growing population and increasing demand for public services. So demands for public services like education, health, public transport, housing. And Martin mentioned housing is one of the biggest problems of the average person, because housing prices are crazy. Compared to more advanced, more sophisticated areas, our housing prices are untenable. So government is focused on that. We have determined that it is not possible to do everything at the same time. So we need to have a focus so that we complete one and then move to the other. That for us is a more consistent way. It doesn't mean that all the other parts will be ignored, but we will fix a chunk of the problem in one sector and then move to the other. So now we've started with roads. Right. And I think it was Prof who was lamenting the state of the road between Accra and Kumasi, which is our most important arterial road. The others being Accra to Takoradi and then Accra to Aflao. And then the one that continues to Tamale and Paga, that goes into Burkina Faso. Right. Now those roads are important, but for many years, we have pumped money into them, yet they have failed to realize the objective, which is to provide rapid access to these important locations. So the big push agenda is to ensure that we open up these arterial roads and then community roads that are key to economic development are also addressed. So if you check the budget of last year, 2025, the finance minister committed 13.9 billion Ghana cedis, which is at the time was roughly equivalent to $1 billion. Now there are people who say, oh, the finance minister is not paying. That is not what has happened. What he has said, and I can confirm to you that he has close to $1 billion of that in an account, ring-fenced. Our Prof is aware of it. He has said that he won't pay mobilization. But what happens, the contractors take mobilization, 30%. There's a case where a contractor was awarded a contract. He got $30 million as mobilization, and yet not 1 kilometer of road has been constructed. I think it's the Savligi to Walwali Road or something. Somewhere up. Yes, under the MPP, an Indian contractor. $30 million. Yes, indeed. I'm sure you read only 2 days ago. It's what you read only 2 days ago that the Auditor General is charging some contractors to the tune of $7.9 million, but they took mobilization for the 1 and they didn't set foot on the site to construct anything. So the finance minister said that as for mobilization, he won't pay.
It's good to change, though.
So you recall the president spoke about this phenomenon of wheelbarrow contractors. There are people who simply do not have the means. So for big push, the finance minister has said that he is not considering wheelbarrow contractors. You need to be a contractor, worth your salt, who has capacity to mobilize resources to do it. But the moment you do it and you raise a certificate, maximum 4 weeks, he will pay. And that is how come. So when you go into the budget, you won't see it draw down because they've not gotten to that point. But anybody
is waiting for people.
He's waiting. He will pay within 4 weeks.
I see. So there's $1 billion
sitting
ring fence.
Indeed.
To pay
indeed. In the coming days, he will also issue a statement regarding the new highway that we want to do to connect Accra, the Greater Accra region and the Ashanti region, Kumasi to be precise.
Okay.
That too, he is working on financing. That is ring fence. That is dedicated to completing that thing.
Okay.
But there was also concern about how to finance.
Yes,
I'm wrapping up. There was also concern about how to finance these projects. And I think Honorable Apia Kubi raised it. It is true. Government cannot do it alone. So you need to look at the track record of President Mahama, for instance. What has he done before to resolve complex infrastructure challenges at a time when we didn't have a dime to contribute? Look at the Tema Port. You know, people say all manner of things about it. Today, that port was expanded to 4 times its size. Today, it is perhaps the second biggest port in the whole of West and Central Africa. When I checked the last time, this is about 3-4 months ago. Since that port was built, Ghana has earned in excess of $300 million in dividends. But meanwhile, we didn't put in anything. We did a BOT arrangement with a concessionaire, MPS, who had the means because they are involved in the sector. They have done it. And now they get a share, we get a share. We get $300 million for putting in nothing, apart from owning it. And meanwhile,
and the land owners.
Yeah, and of course, but that one is a compensation issue. That one can be. So if they feel hard done by, they certainly can take. I'm sure Martin will be more than happy to represent them in court to demand their fair share. So that one we are not opposed to. That has been done. In fact, Tema Tumpakadan, which honorable, it is true that the general idea was first mooted by President Kufuor. But in terms of who got it done, President Mahama, in 2016, he got nearly $400 million from the Indian Exim Bank, and that is what was used. But the first tranche was 400. Later, under Honorable Jogati, I think another $48 million. That is what extended it. Yeah, that's what extended it from Tema. Sorry, Akusomo to Mpakadan. That is what extended it from Akusomo to Mpakadan. But it was not designed. Yes, it was not designed as a passenger rail system. It was designed as the beginning of a multimodal commercial goods carting system, so that when you get there, you use another mode to go over the water leak, and then you go and reconnect again at Bupe and continue, because a port was envisioned for Bupe and all that. Unfortunately, it's been reconfigured because there isn't much traffic in terms of movement, so it is not economically viable to do a passenger system there. I think for Accra to Ho, a road that is expanded, a 3-lane road on either side, should suffice, because it's not too far and the traffic is not as heavy as it is from Accra to Kumasi per se. So that's the original design. That one too, we got an Exim Bank facility to do it. But the way it is commercial, so it will pay for itself. After Terminal 3, for instance, what happened was that government used to take a certain amount of the IGF of the Ghana Airport Company Limited. But government said that no, we want you to expand Terminal 3, but we don't have a dime to put in it. So what we did was that we had to now keep all your IGF, but ring fence it and use it as collateral to obtain financing. So they went to HSBC and got, I think, around $300 million. About 250 of that went into Terminal 3, and then the rest went into other projects that Ghana Airport Company did. So we've done a modern terminal. We didn't fall on. So that money is not public debt. It is purely financed by the Ghana Airport Company Limited through their own arrangements.
So
and then even the KJT market. You see, trading. Kumasi is a trading hub, which is an important economic activity. So we did the modern KJT market, around 250 million, 260 million, with I think 8,000 stalls or so. The market women who operate there pay for that service. So in a short order, we'll be able to pay for it so that it doesn't become too much of a burden for the public. So President Mahama has a track record of doing these sort of infrastructure projects. So you can be sure that as for infrastructure, especially in relation to transportation, that will be done. When you check our manifesto, we have plans on what we call orbital routes, basically ring roads that go outside of the city to ease congestion. We have plans on light rail. That is what will move from congested. You don't do heavy rail there because the capital outlay is quite huge. So light rail allows people from Kasua to Accra, Adenta to Accra, Dodowa to Accra, Pokwase to Accra.
That's actually an answer to a question that a number of our viewers have asked. That look, if you have congestion on our roads, just as Yonobo Apiakobe said, why add more buses?
No,
when
that
is not
that one, you see, you need to have a multimodal system. So you must give everybody the opportunity to choose what they deem to be affordable.
Let's go back to the sky train. Sky.
Well, the train, whether it's by sky, by water, or land, is train. So you do you can't also have just a real system and no routes. Because there are also private individuals who have cars. They are not interested in any other system of transport. So you need to create opportunity. What matters is that the infrastructure that you set up should pay for itself, so it doesn't burden the public purse, and then have a situation where the project stall and then create more cost for you. And then number two, it should serve the purpose of easing transportation and connectivity and contributing overall to our national development. So these are being done and we see signs. But in a nutshell, if you ask me to sum up, the economy has improved. There's evidence that it has translated into the cost of living. Can more be done? Absolutely. More needs to be done. And then we need to tackle the rent-seeking behavior that people are using to exploit others unfairly, because there's no justification.
I see. And this is why I bring in Kofi Bento.
Yes, I forgot about housing.
No,
housing is
yes, the housing one, the young people.
It is, in fact,
it is
one of my pets. Yes,
it's unlawful.
Yes, otherwise it's unlawful. But again, the problem, if you allow me just a minute, the problem with that is that there simply isn't enough supply, at least from the public space.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean.
I understand you. What will happen is that, and I'm sure Kofi would agree with me on this one, enforcement can be done, but because you don't have enough, the owner can decide that now I'm not renting. So where then do the people who rely on them go? So enforcement must go hand in hand with the creation of competition in the public space, or partnering the private sector to make housing more affordable, so that the house owners do not have too much power over their tenants. That for me is the more sustainable outcome. And that is the reason why it's been difficult to implement the rent. It's not that it is acceptable that it's not being implemented.
But if you scaling up more affordable housing, that's what.
Of course, if you check our manifesto, there's something we call social housing. It is still part of Big Push. And from next year towards 2028 and beyond, you will see clear attempts. The problem is that we are a bit late in the day in terms of some of these investments, but the capital outlay is also huge. So it takes a bit of time to mobilize to be able to do it. What we should have our government that consistently do these things till we get to a stage where we meet those basic needs. Okay. Then we'll be in a position to
find out Mr. Bento agrees with you
a properly developing country.
On this. Kofi Bento is the vice president of Imani Africa. He's a private legal practitioner. Just to add that, in good standing, by the way. Mr. Bento, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Alfred. Good morning, everyone.
I took the collective issues of all our guests and then put it squarely on the lap of the Minister in charge of Government Communications regarding cost of living, taking into consideration the transportation debacle that we experienced within this week, and then also the fact that all of these indicators we have just shown on the board, as agreed and acknowledged, without a doubt, trending towards the right direction, and the focus now is to sustain it, but how should we ensure that it is reflective in the lives of people? Because Abokim makes the point, which Phyllis Kwatef also agrees, that yes, celebrate in modesty. It will take a while for these indicators to translate into the lives of people. But then, how much time should we wait to see this reflect?
Right. So I've heard a lot of things from Felix, and
you came in when he was talking.
Oh yeah. And the Bible says, "May the meditations of my heart." And the words of my mouth be acceptable to you, O God. There is nobody who doesn't want all the dreams he's espousing. But we've had them for 30 years. The Kumasi Road is still there. He just talked about rent and how, he said I should agree with him that rent can be enforced, whatever it is. You cannot enforce rent control. Kwame Nkrumah tried it. You can't enforce a certain pricing on somebody who has bought his cement to build his house. He will just refuse to, rent it. So the only way, whether London or America, every developed city, they have social housing. Go to London, if you build your apartment in London, the city will take some of it and give it out as social housing. So you are right to say the way to deal with it is for the government to get into it. That's the one area where government makes a difference by getting involved, that and transport. And when it comes to transport also, the infrastructure matters more. But let me start with maybe the positive stuff. Look, nobody argues with the fact that when you have the city becoming stronger, everything else falls in place. So don't belabor the point. I don't see anybody arguing with it. All the things that you've talked about. Once the city gets stronger, once the exchange rate fixes itself or it is managed, everything else will fall in place over time. So the issue is sustaining it. The worry that analysts and economists have is how did we get this kind of reduction, and whether it is sustainable, whether it can be stabilized at a considerable time. Okay, and you are in your second year out of 4 years. Apart from President Atta Mills, every government has experienced this kind of economic improvement in their first year. Everyone in the past 30 years. So look, I am happy for it. And I want it sustained. And what Bobkin and all the analysts and other people are saying is that whatever you are doing, make sure that you can continue to do it. When we hear things like gold board losses of 200 million, whatever it is, we worry because we are like, how does this affect all the positive benefits that we are getting here? And then you spoke a lot about transport. And transport is one of those infrastructure things also that affect everything. And there's a lot of poetry there about all the things that you wanted to do. We've heard that poetry before, including sky trains. Okay? May the meditations of our heart and the words of our mouth be acceptable to God, and may they succeed. Listen, last week I wasn't here. And Alfred, I was listening from Cape Coast where I sent you a message.
Yes.
Okay? My wife told me that we needed to leave home before 4 a.m. To make a trip to Cape Coast.
Yeah.
I said, Madam, why? She says, yes, because some people spend 7 hours on that road. People, yeah.
The 3-hour journey.
My brother.
Hours.
Listen to people.
The central region.
Listen to what people are saying on this table. I was like, Madam, why?
Yeah.
She says, no, that's the truth. When people got stuck on the Kumasi road for 7 hours, the whole nation was screaming. This is the daily,
lived experience
of people on this Cape Coast road. So see, at 4 a.m., we were at the Kaswa toll booth, 4 a.m. Before we got to Budu, it was 1.5 hours between crossing Kaswa toll booth to Buduburam. And I said, hey, madam, you are right. It's terrible. And I'm not talking about sitting down and going slow for 7 hours. It's a mess. It's a hell. All right? The roads are going here and they are huge trucks.
The GPS
Oh my God.
It doesn't track anything. You get confused.
Look, what people are suffering on that road daily is terrible. And you know why I'm stressing on it? It's totally unnecessary. Look, I put it on Facebook. If you want to do 24-hour economy in this country, when we were driving at 4 a.m., all the construction equipment were lying down. Nobody was working. Big trucks were on the road. Okay, why I'm going on is that this is the one thing that government can do today. They can do make those guys work 24 hours. All right? And why would you have those trucks on those narrow? They've made side roads and then people are going there hustling. There is a road from Accra to Winneba. It's called the old Winneba Road. Okay? There's a bypass through Tuba. It works. That road is there. It is simple common sense that if you're going to deal with that major artery, do the bypass to Winneba. Let people who are going beyond there put all those trucks on that road. Felix, I'm begging you. What I'm talking about is not dreams. Today, people are on that road suffering. Okay? We did a small turn, and I was surprised to see the ditch beside me. If you had gone a bit, beyond it, would have fallen off. And I'm like, it can't be done.
Dust people are every day, including police officers who are directing traffic. They don't cover their nose.
Bobkin,
you weep for Ghana.
I experienced it. I got out for like 5 minutes. When I got in the car, my nose was blocked. And people are standing there red with sun. So, Felix, the dreams are fine. There are things we can do today. Deal with the Cape Coast Road. So, see, for me, I don't see the point in debating whether we are having a good economy or not. Look at the exchange rate. It affects everything. I can tell you a lot about transport. I don't know how much time you have, but let me tell you something. President Kufuor did Metromass, and I remember we did an analysis of Metromass. It was about $25 million or so. And one of the things that I remember very vividly we said was that, look, government has no business running transport business because we've never done it well in this country. There was a man called King of Kings. Look, we had Omnibus, it ran down. We had City Express, it ran down. We had so many things. Government puts in millions of dollars, we ran it down. King of Kings in Odoko came and picked up 40-year-old car, space car. And some of the City Express buses that had been sitting down for 10 years, supposedly not serviceable, and fixed them and put them on the road in Odoko. Okay? Private person. So when President Kufuor was doing Metromass, and I'm saying President Kufuor because it's not your government, we said that was a mistake. Why? The $25 million, if you split it into $5 million, and around those things, we're making the point that, look, if you go to STC, they have HR manager, they have chief accountant, they have chief executive or whatever. They wear coat and tie to work and whatever it is. And they run a transport business. And we're not running it well. And after every so many years, the thing runs down. We have to go and put money inside. Just around that time, we got VIP, we got OA. These were transport companies, more or less, run by people, without due respect to them, most of whom have not finished school. They don't have HR managers or whatever. And in a short time, they were doing multiples of what STC was doing without any state input. And we said that, look, if you take that $25 million, split it into $5 million, and give it to some of these people who have proven themselves to be able to run transport business, you have 5 companies. They will pay back the money, you can turn back the money, and then we'll have another 5 companies. They put it in Metromass Transit. In a short time, all the buses were running down. And you know what they were doing? They run down the bus, then they auction it for peppercorn. Sums of money. Yeah. And then they themselves buy it, fix it, and put it on the road. Look, people just take undue advantage of government because we keep putting money in. I could go on with Ayalolo, I could go on with everything, but my point is that let us find transport. As for government, when it comes to transport, yes, do something. But when it comes to transport entrepreneurship, I'm going through 30 years to show that the state often doesn't get it right. Focus on the infrastructure, focus on the roads. Okay? Empower the private sector to provide that. Trotro has been the main mode of public transport in this country for 50 years. Okay? And I'm not saying it's a good thing, but what I'm saying is that they find the means to do that. So look, Felix, I agree with you. I'm happy. Nobody fights against progress. Okay? But let us learn the lessons over the years and let's do things differently instead of doing the same things that we've done over the years. And my worry is that the things that stare us in the face, which we should be able to deal with, like making contractors work 24 hours, like making sure the Cape Coast Accra Road doesn't take 7 hours to traverse, like making sure you fix the bypasses from Accra to Winneba so that the trucks can leave the place, like making sure that the stress that people go through on a daily basis is alleviated. Those ones we can do. It is really serious. So I agree with you in parts, and kudos for the work you are doing so far. Take all the credit now, share the one that you have to share, but keep in mind that all this has happened in every first year of every government.
A quick one. Well, it is true that some gains have been made in every first year, because often before the new government comes in, we would probably be under an IMF program. We've done that in 8-year cycles, but I think that this is perhaps the most significant in terms of impact ever. And the reason is that there was a deliberate effort to tackle cost of living. In fact, it is in our manifesto. Many people forget that the Gold Board promise was actually in our 2020 manifesto. I was there when the initial discussions were had. Except that we didn't win. You could also accuse us of perhaps not trumpeting it as much as we should. But it was in our 2020 manifesto. That's where it first emerged. We didn't win, so we couldn't implement it. So we came in with a deliberate policy to ensure that it works. People are talking about losses. Forget about whether they are right or not in terms of the classification of whatever it is. But the point is that, and Prof, you are the economist. You see, the cost of watching your people suffer because of hardships and the damage it does to the lives of people far outweighs 240 million a year even if we were to assume for purely argument purposes, I'm not saying that that is what it is, just for purely argument purposes, that indeed we are losing $214 or $300 million a year. $300 million a year is roughly 3 billion cedis, if I'm not mistaken, at current exchange rates. Compare that to the relief that 34 million people will feel if the cost of living is driven down. So that is the first point. The second point about transportation and giving money to private players. Indeed, nothing has stopped private players from taking part in transport. And in fact, Kofi himself has said that for 5 decades, it is private operators who have been the mainstay of our transportation system. So anybody who has the capital or who has what it takes to set up a private support, no problem. No, I don't have a problem. I do not have a problem. There are several mechanisms. They can tap private capital. They can tap into government's capital offering. That's fine. But whatever it takes, government must be in there. Indeed, the problem we are discussing today about rent seeking and how these private operators, who we have relied upon over the years, are holding people to ransom because of inadequate public transport options, highlights the point I'm making. That help the private sector. I believe that transportation should be private sector led. I believe that because looking at the figures, it is not practical that government can compete in terms of the numbers. But the system must be government controlled, and the government must have the ability to intervene in the market when necessary. So that
the government's role is regulation and infrastructure.
No, I will go further and argue that direct participation in this instance. You see, that's true.
Government should support the private sector.
I agree with all your points, but the point I'm making is that beyond regulation and support, direct participation is necessary. And the problem we are discussing now highlights it. We relied on trotros. We take it for granted that you wake up and go to the station and a trotro will be there to take you wherever, even if there's some inconvenience. Suddenly, something has changed. They won't even go to the station. They loiter about, hike their prices. They decide that instead of accredited routes, they will do it in short order.
I agree with you, but there's a little difference. See.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
government
round up.
participating in public transport, everywhere where it's done well, you deal with the light rails and the kind
absolutely.
of things.
That is a given.
Government is entering areas like, STC is doing trotro. Okay, Metro Mass Transit is doing intercity. Those are the things. You see, let's just agree.
But you see, the point is that
for 30 years it never worked.
I agree. But
focus on the light. I agree.
Why
don't we have rail from Achimota?
Unacceptable.
From Kaswa.
Unacceptable. That would take time. Minimum, it will take you 3 to 4 years.
Focus on that.
Great. But within that period that you lay that infrastructure and build the system,
Fellas,
you can't leave people like that.
Hold on.
Of course. But honorable, I have demonstrated to you that some of the, perhaps if I'm not mistaken, the Temaport and perhaps Etuabo gas plants are the 2 single largest infrastructure projects undertaken in the last 40 years. Yes. The Etuabo project, because we had some financing from China, it helped out. So that was public sector led. Even though we had to use oil as a base to attract that finance, which is fine. And it will pay for itself if it is managed well. There's no problem with it. But the Temaport was private capital. And we've made in excess of $300 million in dividends.
It is possible.
So it is possible. We've actually done it. We've actually done it. So as for whether it is possible, it has been proven beyond doubt. We've done it. But I'm saying that in addition to regulation and support to the private sector, active participation in the sector is necessary so that we don't have the situation we are having now. Now, what is happening now is equivalent to Kalabuli in the past, which is a very notorious activity that transpired in the 70s and 80s. You understand me? And then finally, on the inconvenience that comes with road construction, that one is almost inevitable. I agree that alternative arrangements should be made. But some inconvenience will come with the construction. Also, sometimes because of the way that it is financed,
it's not necessary.
I agree. Because of the way that it is financed, it takes too long. It takes too long. It takes too long. So it creates too much inconvenience. And I'm an MP in Abrasibu, so I go on that road very often. And I face that all the time. You have to wake up at dawn.
Okay, thank you.
But the 24-hour concept in road construction actually is a prerequisite for big push.
So why have we left them to do what they want?
I'm sure that can be addressed. But the 24-hour working time for road construction is a prerequisite.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to hear one person. Gentlemen, please.
In fact, it is a requirement for big push contracts. Yes. It's a requirement. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, the Konongo, just quickly.
I put in an urgent question to the Minister of Roads and Highways at the time that I was a member of Parliament. And this was a complaint on a bridge leading into Konongo. very dangerous.
Okay.
Thank you. It is almost gone. So the minister came to see and decided that we should do a bypass through Bompata so that they would construct the Konungu Road.
Right.
That bridge, that particular bridge. And that particular bridge is used every day by heavy trucks. We will wake up one day to hear bad news.
Well,
and we have done the bypass, which I enjoy and use. But the main complaint of the bridge into Konungu is still hanging.
All right.
And
So
if you go there and see it,
it
is only just hanging.
I'll draw
Thank
the
you.
minister's attention
Right on.
immediately. Yeah.
And thank you very much for this. Professor Bobkin, final word on this particular issue, because then there's been some proposals as to what the way forward should look like. Finally, in a minute on this.
Yeah, thank you
and
very much.
let me just also indicate that Ghana's ambassador to the United States, Victor Emmanuel Smith, is joining us in the next 3 minutes. 3 minutes. He's already connected with us, so stay with us. We'll get into the next issue. Yes, Prof.
Yes, I mean, I think that if you look at the approach the government has adopted from last year, I think it's quite consistent when we talk about transformation. There's a starting point. And I also agree that given the enormity of the challenges that Ghanaians are going through, we need to act at scale. And then we also need to be measured how we celebrate certain progress, because there's real suffering. It's not just on the Accra Cape Coast. If you are going from Accra to Adan, I mean,
it's even worse there than Cape Coast.
Yes,
the other one. Yes.
It's you know, and then also let me say that yes, we've seen progress. As I said, some level of patience is needed for all of this to begin to manifest at the micro and the household level. But let me also say that you know, what we have seen last year, we have tended to explain positive inflation as though it's negative inflation. Let's bear in mind that inflation is positive. December last year, December 2024, compared to December 2025, we are saying that prices on the average have gone up by 5.4%. That is positive inflation. Okay, so we haven't seen broadly base drifts that much. So sometimes the way we interpret the positive inflation is as though there's a sustained prices falling, as though we are in a negative inflation or deflation or something. So let's just, otherwise, the ordinary people, when they go to the market and they don't see that progressive sustained price reduction, then they will begin to ask, why is this not reflecting and all that? Inflation is still positive.
Right.
So on the average prices, the rate at which prices are going up have come down drastically. And I think that is commendable, that we need to appreciate that. Then also, the other bit we also need to see that if you see that national average of 5.4%, and you look at the regional difference, you can see differences exist. Some regions are doing more than 10%. Even some of our traditional food basket regions, inflation on the average is more than 10%. Eastern region and some other places, of course, some other places, if you look at the regional distribution, are actually experiencing negative inflation. Is there not? But broadly, so, and then also for majority of Ghanaians who have nothing, are unemployed and all of that, they are not able to benefit optimally from these lower prices, because if you're able to buy, if you're able to consume, then your savings goes up and all of that. Okay. So there are challenges. Finally, the bit that I want to say is that, yes, given the huge infrastructure deficit and all of that, government should actively look at the public-private partnership in connecting some of the major cities so that we're able to act at scale. If we say we want to finish Accra Kumasi before the others, you know, it's quite this thing. Then at the end of the day, if you also look at the data clearly, you will see that between 2024, 2025, in terms of job-rich growth, we have not made much progress.
Thank you.
So we've seen growth, but it's not job-rich.
Right.
And that growth is also very much reliant on ICT service sector and wholesale and retail. So we need to look at all of that. Then, Honorable, since you are here, the other bit we need to look at is, if you see the uptick in terms of imports and the rise of malls and all of that. When you see this in there, actually the avenue for bringing, otherwise, by the time we are done with 24-hour economy, empowering Ghanaians to produce the market, so we need to have a good balance and all of that. So I think, as I've said always, government has done well. There's more that can be done, but let's be moderate in how we celebrate it, because managing the economy is not 100 meters.
All right.
It's a long haul. Yeah.
Professor Godfrey Boppin, thank you. And giving the last word on this matter, this is the key point on TV3. We're live on 3FM 92.7, also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook, DSTV channel 279. We're all across the world on 3news.com, on the Voice of London radio in the heart of the city of London, and Voice of London television, a number of radio stations across the country. Quite a number of your messages on this. Honorable Fred Agbenyo says, is there any country in the world where governments have stayed away from public transportation? This presents the best opportunity for us to take that bold and decisive decision once and for all. Under no circumstance should we allow any group of people to hold the country hostage. It's unacceptable, you say. Thank you very much. And Kwame Naishen says, good morning. And it's a great discussion today. It says the cost of living and bread and butter matters must always find a sustained path of conversation on your most revered program. And thank you for this morning. Thank you. Thank you very much. And to our guest as well for this. One says, you didn't know that the Honorable Apiakubi once served as a deputy minister. Well, it's because he was quiet most of the time. He wasn't talking too much. So,
he was also very instrumental in the Free Zones Board.
Indeed. Absolutely. He says that the new buses will also come and queue in traffic. Or will we see a politically backed BRT lanes? That's a bus rapid transport or transit system.
I don't know what
that's what you talk about.
They should just have continued.
Okay.
We have dedicated lanes for the buses. Unfortunately, it was run down, but it will be revived.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Somebody is asking that the New Plan company, they were asking for help. Are they on your radar? New plan.
I'm not able to answer that, but I'm sure that generally, government is disposed to helping. Any group or organizations that show that they have a plan to help. Any proposal that is viable.
I don't know how you guys manage, because given the challenges and
there's one guest who has been listening to all of you quietly.
It comes to the television for a developing country like
this. It's because he is also, even though in the United States, he's interested in matters happening in this country for good reason. He's serving the nation there, but will come back home as well. That is His Excellency Victor Emmanuel Smith is the Ghana's ambassador to the United States, and he is joining us right now from the United States on Zoom. Victor Emmanuel Smith, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us on Key Point.
Good morning to yourself and your panelists.
And I thank you for making the time to join us. About a little over 4 a.m., there about 4:15.
That is correct. That is correct.
Thank you. Thank you for staying up to join us this morning. And he comes in at a time when we just got this information, some two days ago, and we're going to put that on the screen right now. The former Chief Executive Officer of the Microfinance and Small Loans Center, MASLOC, Sedina Tamaklo Ationu, has been taken into custody in the United States. That's according to Ghana's embassy in Washington, D.C., confirming this to us. And the statement that they put out, we will put on the screen right now for you to follow us every step of the way. And this is it. It says that, and I read this as we received it from the embassy 2 days ago. It reads, I can today confirm that Mrs. Sedina Tamaklo Ationu is being detained at the Nevada Southern Detention Center, 2190 East Mesquite Avenue, Nevada. My information is that she was detained by U.S. Marshals on January 6th and has since been kept at that detention center. I am reliably informed that acting on an extradition request, sent to the United States authorities sometime in July 2024. U.S. Marshals arrested Mrs. Tamaklo Ationu and placed her in detention to await her day in court. The man who signed this is Victor Emmanuel Smith, who has joined us on Zoom. Now, let's start off from where this statement ended. So, Dr. Smith, tell us now, this is someone who investigations were initiated against 2017, convicted in absentia 2024, sentenced to 10 years imprisonment. When exactly were you told of her arrest, even before this statement was put out?
Officially, I was informed the very day I issued that statement. That was when it was confirmed by the U.S. authorities.
I see. And exactly where was she picked up?
I'm told in Nevada, the state of Nevada. Exactly where, I'm not sure.
And this is where she's been living all the while?
Don't know for a fact. I don't know for a fact where she's been living, but she was arrested in the state of Nevada by the U.S. Marshals.
And the information you have is that the arrest was specific to the extradition request that Ghana had made to the United States Authority.
That is correct.
I see. But we cannot say, or you cannot say specifically that in the case of Ken Ofori-Atta, this whole extradition played a role, the extradition request.
Well, I know that there were two extradition requests, as far as I'm concerned, the one on Ken Ofori-Atta. And then when our sister Sedina was also picked up by the U.S. Marshals, it was because of an extradition request by the same Ghana government.
I see. Now, your statement said she was arrested by U.S. Marshals on January 6th.
Correct.
And what I found out per my checks is that that was the same day Ken Ofori-Atta was also picked up by ICE, correct?
Correct.
Is this a coincidence or a coordinated arrest?
I'm not able to tell. What happened was that ICE picked our brother Ken Ofori-Atta on the 6th. Okay? I got to know on the 7th. And then there were rumors making around that our sister had also been picked on the same 6th. But I didn't have confirmation from ICE. ICE had confirmed Ken's one, but since they were not the ones who picked our sister up, I wasn't getting the information, and I could not come out to confirm or deny it until the day I issued a statement. Was soon after they had confirmed to me where she had been, where she was being kept, that I issued a statement.
I see. So the digging that we have done indeed is being confirmed by you that indeed Ken Ofori-Atta and Sedina Tamaklo were picked up on the same day, the 6th of January.
That's what I was told.
But by different entities. In this case, ICE for Ken and then the U.S. Marshals.
Okay, let me put it this way. ICE, we do have contacts with ICE because they do pick a lot of Ghanaians up, and sometimes they need to confer with us on those ones, immigration issues. So we use the same channel for them to find out for us who had picked up, whether there was any truth in it and where she was being kept. And they came back after looking through the system to come and tell us that, yes, she was indeed picked up on the 6th by the U.S. Marshals.
I see. Have you made any contact with her?
Not yet. Nevada is about 5.5 hours away from Washington. I'm trying to get my officers to see if we can make contact or visit with her.
I see. But how about her lawyers as well? Any indication of which persons are representing her? Have they had any contact with you?
Not at all. I don't have that information, unfortunately.
I see. But she's been held there pending court proceedings. How would the coming days look like for her?
Well, My information is that she's going to also go to a judge. I mean, per their procedures here, if you're picked up for any reason, you go before a judge. If you have some legal representation and you have a case to make, the judge will make that determination and then give his or her ruling.
I see. But in her case, do you get that sense that the U.S. Marshals as well know specifically the high-profile person that they are dealing with, as against what we saw in Ken Ofori-Atta as well?
Let me put it this way. I think these security agencies act on instructions from the Department of Justice in the U.S. So when we do get requests like the extradition request, it comes through our embassy and is given to the Department of Justice for them to take their, to grant the request or to act on it. And I believe that when they are satisfied that they're going to probably grant the request, they would then instruct the appropriate agency to move in to make an arrest or to put the person in custody, pending, if you like, extradition being granted by a competent court of jurisdiction, of law. Sorry.
And would you, or are you tinkering with the idea of also helping her with some sort of legal support or any form of support that the embassy can give?
Well, normally, if any Ghanaian is arrested or comes against the law of a host country, it is anticipated and is expected for the embassy to make attempts to make contact with the person. As far as our sister Sedna is concerned, we haven't been successful so far, but my officers are working on it. As we tried in the case of our brother Ken, and he turned it down. He didn't want to see us, and was impossible to find out what sort of assistance he would want from Ghana government. Our sister, once we make contact with her, we'll try and find out, whether she needs any kind of support or assistance of any kind. We need to get to speak to her first.
I see. So the 21st, she is due in court?
That's what I'm informed, yes. I'm informed she's due in court on the 21st.
Which is just some 4 days away from today, by Wednesday.
Yeah, of course, yes. If they say you go before either an immigration judge or a judge for them to make a determination whether you have a case against the arrest, and if your lawyers can make a sufficient representation for the case to drag on. I'm not in the position to determine that one. You will just be put before a judge who will make a determination of how they progress.
There's a specific request for her extradition. I mean, how would this process play out? Because in the case of Ken Ofori-Atta, he has applied, or he's going through a process, from what his lawyers tell us, for a change, an amendment to his status. So there's the thinking that that process will also play out in a certain way. But in the case of Sedina Tamaklo, the extradition request, how quickly will that be executed now that she's in detention?
Well, the whole thing is a judge who will make that determination. I'm not in a position. If we have to go to wherever the court is, as an embassy or representatives of our government, we will do. Our officers will definitely go there to be witnesses. But for now, we don't know whether she's going to be put before a judge, either they're going to do it virtual or how, if she has any representation on her own, how it's going to play out. I'm not in a position to determine that. It's a judge who will make that determination based on the information or the documentation from the Department of Justice.
I see. Now, let me take you one step up. You referenced the case of Ken Ofori-Atta. You wanted to go visit him.
Yes.
But he declined. Walk us through how the events with that particular issue played out.
Well, what we did was, once we were informed by ICE that they had arrested our ex-minister of finance, it was viewed as a high-profile case. They informed us, and then I got my officers to get ready for us to maybe go to him in detention and ensure, first of all, that he's being kept well, health-wise, or that if he had any requirements by way of medication or medical care or anything, then we were going to make representations and push for it. But just before we set out, ICE called again to my office and said the detainee had declined seeing us. So that was the end of the road at that moment. Without his lawyers, that was how initially we were informed. And that once the lawyers, show up, they might call us again. But 2 hours or 3 hours later, they told us that the detainee still insisted, with or without his lawyers, he wasn't ready to see us.
I see. So even with or without his lawyers, no. Initially, it was he wanted his lawyers to be present. But the second time, he says, no, with or without my lawyers, I don't want to see you.
Yeah, I suspect only that maybe he made contact with his lawyers and the lawyers probably advised not to. I don't know how it happened, but 2-3 hours after the initial attempt, the door was completely shut.
I see. But so how did you react to this? I mean, this decision...
Well, I asked ICE whether we could still go in, and they said no. Once the detainee says no, that's the end. They won't arrange for us to go there.
I see. So, although, yes, he declined your visit, did you find other means to confirm how he was doing, his health status, considering he was there in the United States specific for medical reasons?
Well, yes, we asked ICE a few questions, whether he was healthy, and they told us that, yes, they had the medical personnel make that determination that he could be kept in that detention center health-wise. Because if he wasn't fit to be there and he needed to be sent to a bigger hospital, because they do have medical facilities at the centers, those facilities, yes. So once they were convinced or were assured by the medical examiner or whoever was brought in to look at it, that he could be kept at the detention center, they decided to keep him there.
I see.
So they informed us he was fit enough to be in that center.
But did ICE have some medical examination done, as in to say he's okay at this detention center with just his medication?
Yes, I want to assume that was the case, because we asked those questions and they confirmed that the medical personnel had assured them that he was fit to be kept there, because they wanted to know whether he needed to, because I believe he said he was on medication and may have told them about his medical situation, health-wise. So they obviously needed to get a confirmation from medical officials whether he was fit to be kept there. And I believe that if he wasn't fit to be kept there, they would have probably taken him to a proper medical, bigger hospital. But they do have medical facilities within the centers. I recently visited one of them, and I saw for myself that it was good enough medical facility.
I see. I was told by the Deputy Attorney General last week that Ken Ofori-Attah's visa was revoked in June 2025. The issue with his visa, what more do you know about this?
I don't know much about it, except that I know that the Department of Justice were dealing with our Attorney General's department in Accra. So they would know better. All I knew was that once he was arrested and we were informed, I had to call the Attorney General to say that, look, this is what has happened. And he said he knew, and that the FBI had made contact with him. Regarding the visa issues, I don't want to comment on it because I don't know the facts. All I knew was that his visa had expired. That is the only time that ICE moves in. When your visa expires and you remain here, then you are illegally in the country as far as ICE is concerned. So they move in.
I see. But at what point exactly did the FBI get involved in all of this? From what you have been briefed on so far, because if it's ICE, it's immigration-related offenses. Is it not?
Yes, but I found out later on, we were told that the FBI decided to let ICE move in on the immigration, but the FBI were interested, in this particular case, Ken Ofori-Atta's case. So it was FBI behind or supporting ICE for that particular operation. That we were informed by ICE.
And what was the FBI's specific interest in this? Have you been able to establish that?
It was based on the extradition document that was with the Department of Justice. And it's only the Department of Justice who clears the way for FBI to move in on, cases of particular interest to them.
I see. And this was a matter of the establishment of at least the acceptance and acknowledgement of our extradition request, the details in there. And that's what FBI...
I want to think so, yeah. I want to think that the Department of Justice had looked at the document that the request we made and instructed the appropriate agencies to move in. So it is possible they decided that once his visa had expired, then his status immigration-wise was not in order. But I believe that FBI normally in the United States, if you see the FBI come themselves to take anybody, then it must be a very serious crime like terrorism or something that they think that, they need to really probably handcuff you and all that, like a major issue. So I suspect that they decided to use ICE for the immigration problem. And then they were also interested in probably asking more questions. I don't know.
I see.
So that's how, yeah.
I see. So yes, ICE moves in on the immigration matter, but then every other thing or every other interest regarding Ken Ofori-Atta will follow.
Well, yes, I thought it was part of a strategy. I don't know whether it's a strategy or it was part of the whole, matter that the two agencies, both of them are U.S. security agencies, decided to go in the way they went in. But we were informed that FBI were interested in this particular individual.
I see. He's also due in court on the 20th, a day before setting up Tamaklo.
That is what we are told, yes.
What could possibly happen on the 20th?
Well, the only thing I know is that Ken's one will be virtual. I guess and I'm also informed that he's been moved from the detention center where he was before. So I don't know what, I'm not asking, I haven't been briefed as to why all this sort of is happening. Virtual court, I guess it's something they're doing these days. You can be doing Zoom like I'm doing with you now, and the judge will look at the merits of the case. And if he's putting up a defense, the judge will have a look at it. And the judge would either rule for a hearing to continue or to dismiss his application.
I see. Wait for that. On the day Ken Ofori-Atta was picked, you said he was picked up by ICE with one other person.
That one, I think it wasn't from ICE. I don't think ICE informed me on that one. The information was that they picked Ken up, but I think there were some rumors. That's why I could not really be specific. Mm-hmm. I didn't mention state in my the statement I issued that there was another person, because I don't even know who there's any other person. There were rumors flying about and I couldn't act on rumors. So that ICE told me that they had picked this individual, and that is one I reported on.
Well, so looking at the profile of his lawyer, it's not going to be a walk in the park, but his lawyers have been speaking. They say extradition as a possible outcome of this process is far away from possible from now.
Look, my information, which is making the rounds from people close to Ken Ofori-Atta is that he would love to come back and clear the air or respond to the charges that have been brought against him. But is a bit apprehensive as to how he's going to be handled. I'm not, these are all like not speculation. It could be speculations by people close to him or within their own party and stuff like that. And I'm telling them that I don't think that anybody's going to manhandle him. Everybody's given a chance to go through the due process and to try and defend themselves. So others are being tried in Ghana. So he has brought all the brouhaha around this case. So my what I'm hearing is that he's a bit apprehensive as to what's going to happen to him when he comes back to Ghana. Not that he doesn't want to go through the process, but with all the noise and everything, probably it's causing a bit of fear for him. But these are stories that I'm being told about. But these are not like I haven't spoken to him, so I'm not in a position to confirm or deny these things. But these are stories we are hearing.
I see. Stay with me, Mr. Smith and Mr. Bento. Perfect. Hearing this detail, and this was more of an inquiry conversation to get to know some bit which is not already in the public domain. Now there's that confirmation that both of them were picked up by different agencies on the same day for different reasons. The FBI's involvement, especially in the case of Ken, but Sedina Tamaklo now in detention after this extradition request. How the process will play out on the 21st, hearing from Mr. Smith on the issues and how picking up even, happened and all. First off, how does this get to you?
Right. So this is clearly not the regular ICE raid and deportation. Why do I say so? ICE don't have to be nice to you. ICE are picking up U.S. citizens and sending them to third-party countries in secret, doing plain illegal things. So if ICE wanted to pick you off the street and just send you out, they would do it. So clearly, this is not your normal arrangement. And you can see, as Ambassador Smith is saying, FBI is involved and all kinds of... There's a bit of, gingerness around this one. And then it's interesting that they were both picked up on the same day. Sedina's case, we have always said that if this government is about justice, a convicted criminal clearly is easier to extradite than somebody you have not charged at all. So there were those issues there. But all said and done, look, Ambassador Smith says something right now, which I think is very, very important. Let's keep it in mind. He said he has some information or he believes or has heard that, I quote, Ken would love to come back, but is apprehensive about how he will be treated. Okay.
That's why I said the people around Ken have told him.
I know that too.
You know that?
I know that Ken would like to come back, but is apprehensive about how he'll be treated because of the kinds of things that have been said and done in the past 1 year. And look, let us all, step back and be sober about these things. We all want accountability, okay? And if we are going to believe what Ambassador Smith is saying, then Ken himself wants to come and clear his name. I have said publicly that any prosecutor who charges, in a high-profile case like this with 78 charges is not serious. Because you will go and do the work in a clinical, laser-focused way. So, for me, it is not so much about the issues in court, etc., which are an issue. And I was the first person to say, charge Ken and try him in absentia because the law allows that. That is how they got said in Atamaklo. But when it's all said and done, there is one rule that every religion in this world ascribes to. In the Bible, it is in Matthew 7:12. It says, do unto others what you would want them to do to you. This is the sum of all the law and the prophets. In other words, all religious teaching Matthew 7:12. Look at Luke 6:31. It's also there. Why am I using this Bible thing? Look, there's a guy called Alexei Navalny. He was an opposition leader in Russia. Okay? And the Russians put some charges and things on him. He ran away. Okay? And then later he was like, no, he doesn't fear anything. So he's going to go back and then fight, the charges against him. Because he knew that the charges were bogus. Everybody knew the charges were bogus. And Alexei Navalny was told, do not go. Because it is not about the charges. They want to do something else to you. Okay? Alexei Navalny said, no, these are charges he wants to go and face. So he went back into Russia. In a short while, he was dead. They just killed him off. Okay? I'm not saying this is what we want to do. This is Ghana. This is where I live. This is not who we are. But if Ken Ofori-Atta is apprehensive because somebody thinks that the day he steps into this country, he will be locked up in a cell and the key will be thrown away. If you are Ken, or if Ken is your brother, or if Ken is your father, I'm not talking about the charges. I'm telling you, I don't think the charges are serious.
You don't think the charges
No.
has...
I don't think there's... Look, listen to me. Making bad decisions in government is not a crime. All right?
What do you mean by making bad decisions?
The
outcome of it...
We voted President Nana Akufo-Addo out. We said he made a lot of bad decisions. It is not a crime. We just didn't vote for the right person, so he makes mistakes. But if we can prove that you made decisions to profit yourself corruptly, cause financial loss to the state, and those things.
And you had intentions.
You had intentions. There are so many things you have to prove. Okay? So for me, I'm building this thing because people have a way of, saying, picking what you say and then moving it off. I'm saying, Ambassador Victor Smith says, Ken would want to come, but is apprehensive about how he will be treated.
Which you've confirmed.
And I have confirmed that. And I'm saying, it is not about the charges he's afraid of. He's afraid of the treatment he will get.
But has there been any indication that he's going to be subjected to any bad treatment?
Yes.
Even with the Attorney General's assurance that he will not. He has actually given that
Let me tell
commitment.
you where I'm picking it from. Last week, Honorable Dafia was here and said that bail is given based on conduct. And he was right. Now, if you translate it into the situation of Ken, what it means is Ken's conduct is said that he will not be granted bail. Okay? I sent some questions to you, and where I was driving to was that, you see, nobody is above the law.
Yes.
So Ken Ofori-Atta is not above the law.
So come and face
If for some reason he has to come and face whatever, Ambassador Smith says that he thinks he will come and face it, but he's afraid of how he will be treated. How will he be treated with regards to bail? Dafia Mokwa is telling you that because of his conduct, he's not likely to be given bail.
Is that what you claim from him? Because he wasn't specific in that.
Yeah, so I'm making conjecture. Call him. So I'm saying, if tomorrow Ken comes in this country and they agree or they decide they will not give him bail, they will have a good reason for it because they'll say he was running away from justice.
It is not that they will decide not to give him bail. You have to go through the legal process. And it is the process that will decide whether or not he's given bail.
Yes.
And that will be done only by the court.
Yes.
But you have to go through a process.
Yes.
If Apia Kubi is arrested today, I will start the process and I will be sent to court.
Yes.
And based on the submission of my counsel and the conditions that prevail and the possibility of me coming back to court. In fact, that is the most important that the court will determine whether or not you are likely to come back to face judgment if you are granted bail. Yeah. So the conditions of bail will look at that, which will make you come back. It is not to punish you at that point. So he is also a citizen of Ghana. He comes in, he starts with arrest, they process you, they bring you to court, and you are entitled to counsel. Let counsel come and tell the court why you should be granted bail. And it is a discretionary exercise.
Today, Yoko is granting bail, right?
Yes, because the law allows them.
So I'm saying Yoko is granting bail and placing bail conditions that people are finding very, very difficult to meet. All right? What I'm saying is that he can be brought, he can be sent through the system, and based on the things that have been said, okay, and the sentiments around, it is not likely that he will be granted bail.
I see.
If
How do the sentiments influence what happens?
You say may, and I am saying that based on everything, his apprehension is that even though he's a sick man who has gone through all this surgery and is recuperating and whatever it is, he does not think that he will be treated well like what Ambassador Victor Smith is saying. Okay, so my point is that, look, at the end of the day, okay, if there is a way to proceed and try this man, go ahead and do it. Okay, why is it so necessary? Go ahead and do it. Because I used the example of Alexei Navalny, who said, no, he's not afraid of the charges, he's going to go. He went and he was killed. That is the general view, that it is the state system that killed him. So I'm not saying that will happen in Ghana. I live here. Okay, I trust that my government is not that way. But things happen in this country. So for me, okay, what we need to do is to deal with this thing maybe a bit differently. Let me tell you some things to which are matters of fact, 100% fact. If Ken wants to run away, okay, today in America, you can buy citizenship. In America, if they say Ken is corrupt and as rich as he is, okay, if you invest a certain amount of money in America, they will give you citizenship. Today, there's something called the Trump Gold Card.
Yes.
It's worth $1 million, $1 million.
You think Ken Ofori-Atta can afford that?
I didn't say so. I let me make my point. I didn't say. I'm saying there are matters of fact. With 10 million cedis today, if Ken doesn't have it, Ken has enough friends who can mobilize that for him. He can buy a Trump Gold Card and stay there. And the third one, let me finish. The third thing, which is very, very important, Ambassador Smith will tell you, today, if ICE picks you up and says that you are living in the States illegally. In fact, there's a program in the States where they will give you money to self-deport, about $3,000 or so. If you opt to self-deport, they will actually give you money to leave the country, and people have picked it. So today, Ken can say, I don't want to be in the States anymore. I want to self-deport. And he will self-deport to a non-extradition treaty country. Another country which doesn't have extradition treaty with Ghana.
But you need a visa.
Oh, please, you don't. Counsel, if you go, you can go to their place and given all the things, they just go onto the internet, they'll see all the things that are happening with Ken, and they'll admit it. My point is this. There are other ways that Ken can abscond and try and run away from justice. We who are close to him are telling you that. We think what Ambassador Smith just said is the truth. Ken would like to come, okay? He is not above the law, so we are not asking for special treatment. But what would it take for us to facilitate his coming so you subject himself to these things? And that's why I asked some of those questions that I asked. In certain places, they even do, they flip witnesses. A guilty person will be flipped to testify against another person. This AG is doing it, okay? In certain places, they will give some guarantees, okay? In fact, in the case of Escobar, who is an extreme criminal, they allowed him to build his own prison, okay? So we should start thinking about ways that we can find accommodation with Ken to get him to calm down. He is not above the law, but he's also not beneath the law. Okay? And if what we want is to try him, go ahead and try him. If what we want is to bring him bodily here, let us arrange something with him to assuage his apprehensions, because he actually has options. And clearly, based on what Ambassador Smith is saying, this is not a run-of-the-mill ICE case. If it's a run-of-the-mill ICE case, he may be sent to Ghana tomorrow. Okay, ICE does not need anybody's permission to do that. They can just throw him out of the place. Okay, so I think we should approach this Ken matter a bit differently from a normal arraignment.
Mr. Kojo, so even though the Attorney General has given that assurance, it says Ken Ofori-Atta still has that apprehension.
To be honest with you, and regards to Ambassador Smith, and again, you must listen to Ambassador Smith's words carefully. He says that that is what he is hearing.
From people
he has not said that that is what is fact. Because to be honest with you, I don't believe that in one bit. That Ken has no difficulty coming, except that he is worried about how he will be treated.
You don't believe it?
I don't believe it.
Why?
You see, it is a contrived excuse. Everything Ken has... if you allow me.
You don't believe it. So
yeah, but I don't believe it.
Yeah.
Even if Ken himself told me, I wouldn't believe it.
Okay.
Because I will assess Ken by his conduct, not by his words. Everything he has done here shows that he's been trying to evade justice. That is all. The man has tried to evade justice for a year or so. Yeah. So, near say so by himself or people close to him that he would like to come, but he is afraid of how he will be treated, does not catch eyes with me. Number two, what has happened in this country that is so extraordinary in terms of how we treat persons accused of crime that Ken Ofori-Atta is afraid of? What has happened? this bit about Yoko now granting bail. Yoko is not above the laws of Ghana. If Yoko does anything that is extrajudicial, they can be reined in by a court. So if you are arrested and taken to Yoko, and they impose bail conditions that are unreasonable, there's a recourse. And many people have used it in this particular instance. The National Service people who were detained, bail was set to be commensurate to the offense. That's all. If they thought that it was excessive, they just go to court and have it quashed. If a court upholds what the security agents have done, it is lawful. So please, let us not countenance untenable excuses to allow a man accused of crime to evade justice. Ken is no more human. Indeed, when Kofi cited that Bible verse, do unto others what you have others do unto you. Why? Was Ken not in government when other former public officials were put before court? Is he more human than them? Is he more human than Atufosi, who was put before court? And the last time I was on a set with Kofi and this matter came up, his government put a man who had kidney failure sitting in the wheelchair in court.
Yeah.
The former, listen, I'm coming. The former health director of the health ministry, the man had kidney failure. He had visual impairment. He had hearing impairment. He could not walk.
In the first place,
I'm coming.
Be careful. No,
I'm coming.
Number two.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about Ken. Not
I still stand by it.
I'm coming.
Wrong to put sick people.
I'm coming.
So what they did was wrong.
Good. So I'm coming. No, it is your own verse. Do unto others.
So I'm standing by it.
If you let me land, please. Do unto others what you have others do unto you. What did Ken do to others?
Is he the one who jailed them?
No, it was his government. You understand me? No, you Ken. Listen, I don't believe that his mismanagement of the economy is basis to prosecute him unless you establish crime. So for me, that he inflicted hardships on Ghanaians through incompetence and mismanagement is not an issue. Ghanaians have exerted retribution by voting out his government and his cousin.
Thank you.
You understand? So that I accept. But if he is believed to have committed a crime, there's nothing about Ken that makes him extraordinary.
I agree.
That allows us to accept this excuse that he will be unfairly treated. You and I live here. Tell me, who has been treated extrajudicially in the last 30 years? Indeed, if anybody can be said to have been treated like that, it will be Gregory Afoko. Why is there not a court ordered his release? He was held for 10 years by the government that Ken was part of. Why? Gregory Afoko was he not human? So how do no? I'm not even saying that it is justification for treating people wrongly, but I'm saying that in Ghana here, we don't have a history of behaving like Russia. So the Navadny excuse is completely far-fetched. Who look? Indeed. Again, let me say this. There may be other instances, but why? The only time in the last 30 years that a high-profile person has died in the custody of security services was Alhaji Issa Mobila in 2005, where he was tortured by soldiers and killed. Since that matter,
I made the point that I don't think this is what my country is.
Exactly. So for me,
don't say that
it does not even arise. Look, Ken has tried to evade justice. Ghanaian law enforcement officials have the right to hold any and everybody. Look, President Mahama, when he left office, he was subjected to an investigation process.
I have said the same thing.
No problem. Even President Akufo-Addo, if his 3-year immunity status does not expire, anybody who believes that he's done something can. But President Akufo-Addo is living in this country. Nobody has harassed him. So what is special about Ken Ofori-Atta that will make anybody harass him? The fact that he may be arrested, read his rights, and kept in police or whatever custody it is, interrogated, taken to court, granted bail, and then the court process, begins. How different is that from what even members of his government as well are going through today? Are there not MPP people who want to be and co? And his lawyer is here. The buffer stockman. No, Alfred. The buffer stockman.
The same thing.
The buffer stockman. Is he not standing trial?
We're all saying the same thing.
What has happened to him that is extraordinary? Again, the last 2 points. The last 2 points. Again, the options that Kofi says are available to Ken Ofori-Atta are actually not available. Indeed, check the sequence of events. Ken Ofori-Atta's visa was revoked upon the intervention of the Ghanaian government because it was noticed that the extradition process may take a bit of time.
I see.
However, if the visa is revoked, immediately even his stay in the United States is made untenable unless he is able to show at this hearing that he has cause to do so. So the fact that they have a citizenship purchase program doesn't mean that if you are accused of crime, you can go and buy it as a way of evading justice. The American system is not a banana republic.
Excellent.
They have straight, forget about what you may think about Trump, but their system is solid. They believe in the rule of law and they practice it. Even President Trump will be held to account if they believe he is done wrong.
Yes.
So the fact that he is selling citizenship, that program is open to persons who are eligible. They will screen you.
Yeah.
You think that they will sell citizenship to somebody who they suspect to be a terrorist?
And
They won't. Or a drug dealer. They won't. Number two.
About now.
No.
He has always been in around.
Kofi, I'm saying, are you saying that the American authorities?
Now it's too late.
No. Even if listen,
he could have
no. If you are I'll land shortly. Kofi, you believe that President Trump or the American system will grant or sell citizenship to a drug dealer or a terrorist simply because that is available, or somebody who has criminal charge of crime? They won't. Number two, self-deportation. They will not hand $3,000 over to Ken Ofori-Atta to self-deport, knowing what they know. When they themselves have taken the step to revoke his stay in the United States because of the offenses that he is accused of. So the argument that Kofi has advanced, unfortunately, are not tenable. Number one, Ken doesn't have any excuse not to be here. Nobody will kill him. Nobody will mistreat him. There is so much recourse that he can resort to if he feels unfairly treated. The same treated meted out to everybody. Why? The RDC chairman, Ofosu Ampofo, he was arrested and put before court for attending a meeting. Meanwhile, those who actually had killed people, over which he was convening a meeting, walked free. It happened in this country. Yeah. There are people who shot people dead, who are walking free in this country. Gregory Afoko, a court ordered his release. He was kept for 10 years, a decade. Yeah. It was under Ken Ofori-Atta's government when that happened. So please,
has never got in the government.
What I mean is the government that he was part of. It is because of the premise that Kofi laid. Do unto others what you want others to do unto. So what did Ken Ofori-Atta's government, his cousin, the president, do to others?
His brother. They are brothers.
You understand me? So please, everybody, and indeed, the reason why Ken Ofori-Atta's case is even essential is that he was in Occupy Ghana with Bent Kofi. Why? He is on record to have actually penned an article in 2015 calling on people to hold government to account. Indeed, he even attacked civil society and the media for being complicit in what he believed to be poor governance and calling for accountability. He went on Occupy Ghana demonstrations ostensibly to demand accountability, which was his right. Why, therefore, is he running away from accountability? When the same rod is used to measure him, he says he is afraid. Suddenly, Ghana has become a backwater republic, a banana republic. That the moment he comes to Ghana, he will be bundled up, taken to his home, tortured and murdered. So he is afraid. He can't come to Ghana. He is better than Gift Awari and Abdul Hanan and Wuntumi and all the others. He is better than Opuni, Agongo, Atufosin, Ofosu Ampofo. He is better than Sedina. Who stands convicted as we speak.
These are your words.
Yes. So that is why I'm saying that I disagree virulently with Kofi's take on this matter. He may be your friend, but let us be fair. Me, if I'm accused of wrongdoing, I must go through the same process, irrespective of my position in society. If Honorable Apia Kubi is accused, the same process. If President Mama is accused, the same process.
So
that is how.
Last week when I was here, I told
Ghanaians
that I was also invited.
Absolutely. Yes. And indeed, in your case, look, you had cause to engage the security agencies over what you perceive to be mistreatment of your client. Yes. You took the steps to ensure that his rights were vindicated and respected. Not so. Yes. So as we speak, the matter is in court. He goes to court, he goes home. Yes, it may impose financial burden, it may impose stress on you.
I told Ghanaians about myself.
Absolutely. You submitted yourself.
Yes,
look, the last time we were in government,
the man came
I woke up one day and former President Rawlings had said that I had gone to buy 2 houses.
Okay, gentlemen.
Look, let me tell you something. He said that I had gone to buy 2 houses. They were completely false allegations. The OSP put it on his cards and sought to investigate it, except that he found out it was false, so he discontinued it. You understand me? If indeed he had ever called me in respect of those false, bogus allegations, I would have had to respond. The former president of this country, over bogus Airbus allegations, was interviewed by the OSP.
The current president?
Yes, the current president. Yes. So if even the president subjects himself to due process, why would a former finance minister suddenly express fear which doesn't exist? These are non-existent fears.
That is
and for me, it is only a ruse to evade justice. He is going to extraordinary lengths to do so. Nonetheless, I speak for government and I can assure you that there is no effort to mistreat him, embarrass him, or harass him. In any event, it's not even government that is looking into his activities properly so-called. It is the OSP, an independent arm, except that the OSP has only enlisted government's help to use formal processes to get him here for prosecution. That is what has happened. And so we must be fair. You see, we must show respect to the people of Ghana. You cannot come and take public office, enjoy the trappings, hold yourself out as a prominent figure, And then when it is time for accountability, you try to dictate to the people what treatment should be meted out to you, which is different from how all others have been treated. So I, quite frankly, do not accept this excuse about he is afraid to come. He simply does not want to come. End of story for me.
He's afraid to come.
See, well, let me bring Martin Pebo. On the bit about with this Kenoforiate's fears, which Ambassador Victor Smith referenced, and Kofi says he is aware. How do the sentiments of people express? Because it says it's based on the apprehension is based on what people have said and what he is.
Mostly the OSP.
The OSP.
And what has the OSP said?
What exactly has the OSP?
What has the OSP said or done? What has the OSP said or done? You see, let's interrogate it. What has the OSP said or done? That's threatens Kenoforiate's liberties.
No, I'll come to it.
Beyond taking into account.
Mr. are you get into that detail? What exactly has the OSP said or done that would influence the apprehension of Kenoforiate to come?
In the beginning, the OSP, you will remember the press conferences that the OSP put out. And his language was very belligerent. He had asked for Ken to be interviewed. Ken was in hospital. Ken's lawyers reached out to them. They offered the interview through some other means. They were certified that Ken was indeed undergoing treatment. He refused those, put out a press conference, and said all manner of things to the effect that that attitude of Ken was unlawful and that he was going to make sure that he brings him in, and issued Interpol red notices against him when he hadn't even charged him. All right, for a year, you had a number of pronouncements from the OSP, okay, accusing Ken of insisting on being treated specially.
Yes,
and saying you are
my brother. How does that constitute a threat? A prosecutor accusing an accused person of wrongdoing,
hold on,
and insisting that he will apply the law. How does that endanger Ken's liberty?
Let him
Can the OSP, a person, it is important. It is important. Can the OSP on his own yank Ken out of a plane and put him in prison without recourse to the courts of law? It's not possible.
End the point that
it's not possible.
Since he keeps cutting me.
Sorry.
I think we were all in this country. And for a year, we heard the kind of things that the OSP said about Ken, to the effect that Ken was evading.
Yes.
Okay. He was not cooperating. Yes. When Ken had no legal responsibility to be a participant,
but you see,
he will not let me make my point. But no, listen. I don't think that you. When the point is being made, you go up and make sure it's not made. Listen, Felix, you are in government.
Sure.
I can tell you that if the whole state system comes up against you, you have no responsibility to participate in your own prosecution. Fine. So if for a year, okay, the OSP comes and accuses you of things you haven't done simply because you did not, okay, participate in your own prosecution the way he wanted you to. He wanted Ken, a sick man, to get out of theater, use his own money to take a plane, come to Ghana, and be interrogated in Ghana.
Okay,
I'm not doing it anymore.
But
I think we all knew what happened in this country.
When he says that, it's an extremely important point. When Ken says he's afraid,
okay,
no, it's not an intention. Ken says he's afraid to come here because he'll be mistreated. What is the basis for that fear? The thing that the OSP has said.
Hold on, and that's the question.
What's the basis of
it? The state can compel you.
Okay.
The state cannot compel you to participate in your own prosecution.
Why would the state arrest you?
The state cannot compel you to participate in your own prosecution.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do unto others what you want. If it were you, I'll say the same thing.
Let me just say.
You have a right to remain silent. You have a right to remain silent. The things that were done in the past were wrong.
But you are compelled to stand trial.
Your microphones are off. You are now being distracted. Gentlemen, thank you. You are not being heard. 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 So if you see, we need to understand. That's why I asked the question about whether or not that apprehension has any basis. That's what Kofi Bento was detailing about what the OSP has said and certain conduct. Does that have any bearing on how things will play out in court? Can the OSP by himself act in a way that would be seen to be apprehensive?
Nobody can.
Hold on. No. Yes.
Both of you have traversed into the arena of law.
Yes.
And what Kofi is saying is that the state cannot compel him. And what Felix is saying is that he can be compelled. Indeed, if you are summoned to appear before a court of law. No, but let me develop my point. If you are summoned to appear before a court of competent jurisdiction,
Right. Yes.
that is a coercive power of the state in motion.
Yes.
You cannot say that because I'm in the appear could be I won't come.
He's never been summoned.
Wait a minute. But again, it is also the law that the state must bring to his notice that summons.
Yes.
And there are various ways of doing it. And the state must also demonstrate that notice to the accused person. And indeed, let us also establish that when you are accused of having done anything and you have been gone through the law to be convicted, you are not guilty of that offense.
That is the principle. We all abide by it.
And indeed, in any case, as former Chief Justice said, the law is the law.
Yes.
So there is no preferential treatment
For anybody.
when you are before the law. And let us all also acknowledge the fact that Ken could not and did not participate in any way possible in punishment of anybody before the law in the last regime.
Thank you.
And he did not have that power to do so.
Thank you.
And indeed, in this era also, there is a presumption that the law court is the law court. And my good friend Felix sitting here, if I'm arrested, the best he could do for me would be to come and stand surety for my bail to be granted.
Yes.
And if Felix has property and they say with justification, maybe Felix will bring his property that I know Andy is my friend, he will not run away from justice and he will come. So he will stand surety. Beyond the surety, Felix cannot compel any institution to release me or keep me.
Yes.
And indeed, application for bail will be determined based on conditions set by the law.
Exactly.
And that includes also the possibility of submitting yourself to the process if you are granted that leave. And that is where the court may consider your responses to the invitations extended to you by the state. And they say that when we have extended all these invitations to you and you have not responded positively, it means you are. That may be a presumption that the court may hold. And that may go also into the determination of whether or not we have to grant you bail. And the conditions under which the bail must be granted. And these are all matters to be considered by the court. But again, when you are invited by the state security system, invitation is different from summons. You need to show presence so that if there is a need to also summon you, they will subsequently issue the summons. But if the state invites you to come, invitation is not compulsory. You may say that, yes, you have invited me to come for lunch. Your lunch could be the best, but I refuse to take it.
Right.
And I won't come. If I don't come, then the state will follow up with a summons.
Yes.
As for the summons, it is compelling. You have to come.
You can't say you are afraid, so you
come. So you cannot say you are afraid, so you come. So I am saying that two things we have to learn from this. Ken need not have unnecessarily, if he was, in fact, and quote my words, if he had been invited or if he had been summoned, he need not have unnecessarily found circuit, excuses. It was unnecessary.
Yes.
If my client is summoned, in fact, I will take the summon and say, my friend, let's go. So you will be subjected to the same process as other people have also been subjected to. And I don't want to support Felix in saying that his government or he was part. In fact, everybody in the government system has a responsibility, a role to play, and constitutional. So Ken, Ken, and indeed, President Akufo-Addo himself, even in his administration, wouldn't have any influence in a criminal trial. So let's discount that one.
I see. But to the extent that Ken has not been summoned.
Well, this is what Kofi is saying. And I'm saying
last November.
Listen, I'm saying
8 months of talking.
A formal process has been served on the United States government.
I'm saying that if
we are looking for this man, bring him for this, and indeed, Kofi knows.
Thank you.
That when he goes to the US, they will subject it to scrutiny. They will not just give him to because he brought it. You have to be detailed before they respond to it.
Intervention has been conditional.
Yes. Okay.
If he has been summoned, and I also talked about notice of the summon, and if the answer is to those two questions are yes, then it means that he is rather falling foul to the law. And if he comes here, it will be the basis of the consideration of his bail application. So I'm saying that me as a lawyer, I wouldn't advise my client not to respond to this call, which is a summons, criminal summons.
I see.
But if he has not been summoned, and if the summons has been issued but not brought to his notice, and then, of course, we cannot cite him for not responding to that summons, because notice is very important in the process. But when he is notified and he comes, he shouldn't expect the preferential treatment, because that is not lawful. Yeah. So if he is arrested, then he starts a process of seeking freedom, and it is also a legal process. And in fact, he was talking about OSP and Yoko. The law. Indeed, I remember when we were crafting the Yoko law, I complained that keeping arrest mandate in private hands is dangerous. And therefore, we should submit all such mandate through the judicial process. Somebody didn't understand what I was saying because he thought that he had read constitutions, and I said that in practice, it is worrisome to place somebody in custody and the person who is determining his fate is somebody who is not knowledgeable in the law. Sometimes they don't even understand the concept of human rights, but he has power by the law. So, and when you are crafting the law with somebody in mind, you should be careful, because by the time you finish with the law, that person will not be a necessary party to the law. And this is what happened in that case.
Right.
Probably we thought that Apiakubi will be arrested. Meanwhile, now Apiakubi not necessary to be arrested. Meanwhile, it is you. So we should craft the law without any such influence. But now we have that law that has given police powers to Yoko Boss. Yoko Boss could be my mother, because he could be appointed by the president. And she comes in without any training whatsoever in law and in security. And then he has the power to arrest Apiakubi. He arrests me and subject me to bail conditions that are difficult for me to meet. Why would you blame him? You have to blame the lawmaker. So now this is the law. The law says that when you are summoned, you have to appear. If you don't appear, they will arrest you. If they arrest you, your remedy is to apply for bail. And that will be followed through the law. If you are granted bail under whatever conditions that the court will give to you, and you are unhappy with that, you can apply. Okay. You can appeal the decision or the condition.
So it is the evasive conduct of Kenyatta.
The evasive conduct, if the court so determines, will influence the decision to grant you bail. Either grant you or refuse you, and grant you under certain conditions. And the conditions sometimes are related to all those preconditions that preceded your arrival in court.
I see.
So it is important that once you are summoned, please present yourself. It doesn't mean that they are going to put you through any, and indeed, if they are even subjecting you to inhuman treatment, you have a right to complain about that, and you can go to court. In fact, in the case of Yoko, when you have not been brought before court, you can even go to court, summon the Yoko institution through the boss, and bring him to court. And indeed, if they are holding you unnecessarily or lawfully, you can come with a habeas corpus application and serve it on them and let the people bring them wherever they are to court so that you come and face the court and then you apply for the release. So it is not forgone that once you come and they arrest you, your freedom will be sacrificed. No. So I will advise that Ken should come. Let's go through the process. After all, after the determination, one of the possibilities in the decision will be that you are not guilty. So if it comes to the point that you are not guilty, and again, there are also provisions in the Constitution that allows you for restitution. But hardly have I seen people go through that. When you are unlawfully prosecuted, and at the end of the day, you are discharged as not guilty, you have rights that you can exert on the state.
The state should compensate.
The state should compensate you. Malicious prosecution is one of our laws. Absolutely. And also, restitution under the Constitution is also lawful. So let you not go through that and then they harass you through 10 years and then you come home empty-handed. Maybe that will be a period where the state will have to also give you remuneration to compensate you for the 10 years you have wasted in the security or in the prosecution.
I see.
So this is free consultation. But again, what I'm saying is that finally, all of us must learn something from what is happening. That if you are lucky to be appointed to a position of trust, you are only a fiduciary. You are not the overlord. So be careful. The money does not belong to you. If the money is somebody's money, make sure that you account for the money. And make sure your decisions will not bring you to face whether or not your decisions are backed by wrongful intentions. By the time you declare that one, you may have lost some integrity, some dignity, some time, some money. So when you are entrusted with public responsibility, all of us, those of us outside and inside, let us make sure. And that is the beginning of, to me, that is the beginning of development in Ghana.
Okay.
If we are all accountable and we will spend state investment appropriately, that will be the foundation for the development of the state. Thank you very much.
But Ambassador Smith, let's just get the context right, because what you said has actually been the basis for yes, please.
Yeah, let me be very clear here. You remember, I first of all wanted to go visit Ken Ofori-Atta, just to see whether he had any concerns or whatever. But I indicated a short while ago that some friends or relatives of his, I'll be very specific. I had a call from Gabi Otridako. He expressed that worry. And I assured him that he will have to go through the due process. I mean, everybody goes through a due process of law. So there's not going to be like, people are not going to attack him. We don't behave like that. He and that Ken himself, by his own doings, being evasive with the OSP arrest, have created this brouhaha around his case. So that is the point. So don't let nobody get me wrong. It was not my own view. It was a view expressed by Gabi Otridako, who is a relative of his. He made a call to me, and I said, I wanted to have an opportunity to assure him that he would have to go through the due process like anybody else goes through the due process. So that anxiety, fear, and everything was expressed by Gabi.
I see. So Gabi Otridako called you that Ken Ofori-Atta was...
Yes, he did. He thinks that his problem is that he's not sure how he'll be handled or whatever. And I said, listen, I mean, this country, nobody, you go through a due process, and that is what the Attorney General has told me. And I had wanted to communicate that to Ken, if I had the opportunity to meet with him.
And after that assurance given to Gabi Otridako, who made that call to you,
You don't need that assurance.
Did that seem to have addressed those concerns of apprehension when you spoke to him?
No, I mean, he knew that, he communicated. I don't know whether he has spoken to Ken, but it looks as if he was not communicating with Ken. He was in Accra and he made that call. Okay, and he thinks that is he thinks that is the worry that his cousin has. Then I said, who's going to harass him? He has to go through a process. When he arrives, and the Attorney General had told me that he'll be taken through the due process, like anybody else.
See. Thank you for this very important clarification, because then it also, brings another layer of context to the issue. I'll come back to you, Mr. Bento, but Prof, I'll come to you. On now that we're getting to know a bit more detail, Gabi Asare Chidako, according to Ambassador Smith, made that call, actually, about Ken Ofori-Atta feeling, or he had this fear or apprehension that he might be treated unfairly, and reason why he refusing to come to Ghana, essentially. But the sentiments so expressed, as Kofi referenced, and then the conduct of the OSP as he referenced, does that have any possibility or locus in law to influence how the process will play out against Ken if he comes, to legitimize any sense of apprehension that he has?
Well, can that influence the process? Well, you see, this, in terms of sentiment, okay, so we'll analyze from two perspectives. You are looking at what happens in the courtroom, and then you're also looking at public perception, so the court of public opinion. Obviously, Ken has brought this upon himself, right? By absconding, what he's done is that he's opened himself. Yes, so he's opened himself to so much opprobrium. People would, throw all manner of abuses, etc. at him. Because once he was finance minister, he ensured that the current governor of the Bank of Ghana, Isiama, Raymond Amanfo, etc., were prosecuted over the banking sector debacle. Yes, Ofori-Atta. Ofori-Atta, I'm saying, yes, it's him. It's him. Everything shows. It's him. Even there is a tape.
Even there are two forcing prosecution.
Yes.
Those of us who were close to the case believe that he was a mastermind.
Not just believe.
Because of advocacy.
Yes.
So there are masterminds.
Oh, okay. Listen. Mr. Fosu, you've forgotten that Godfrey Dami admitted it on the tape. He said Ofori-Atta and Akufo-Addo were on his neck to make sure that Atuforsen is prosecuted and convicted so that there will be a rerun. So that is what Ken... Exactly. So he brought... He who lives by the sword would die by the sword. He caused this. He caused this.
Confessed, and we had evidence to that effect. He should have been removed from office.
Yes. But the tape was played here. No. The tape was played in court.
I'm not saying that it was right, but upon such information, if it had reached the president, you should have removed him.
By national security fees, the president. Yes, that's what we're saying. But the president was very happy with Godfrey Dami. Godfrey Dami is his beloved, this is son. That is what this Akufo-Addo likes. Also, can say Tiwa, Yechiro Kakrebi. Akufo-Addo likes violence. He says Tiwa. He said it. He said Tiwa violence. Yechiro Kakrebi. Has he ever apologized for it?
You were making the point
before. He said Tiwa violence. Yechiro Kakrebi. It's all Akufo-Addo who said it. You can Google it. When the violence in the by-election,
I don't want you to digress. You were making the point.
Yes, and so Apia Kubi's point is that if Akufo-Addo had heard about the tape was admitted in evidence in court, where Godfrey Dami said Akufo-Addo and Ofori-Atta were on his neck to ensure that Atuforsen would be prosecuted and convicted so that there would be a by-election. And that's a parliament that had a 138, and then Isiama, the Fomena MP, had to work with the MPP. Then they got a very small, minuscule majority, right? So if there had been that by-election, then they would do a lot of machinations to get that seat too, right? So that is the record that Ofori-Atta has built for himself. So because he knows he's done a lot of wrong, that is why he's afraid. That's why. Look at the banking licenses. Apart from, look at the untold hardships. Look at how he ran down state insurance, SIC. A lot of the businesses from SIC were hived off and given to his insurance company, Enterprise. Enterprise Insurance, State Insurance, they were crying. They would see you and say, cancel. Munke be maye. All the businesses were now being diverted from State Insurance to Enterprise. We borrow, then Euphoria Test Company makes money. The bonds. Ghana borrows, then Euphoria Test Company makes money. So that's Akufo-Addo and his family becoming rich. That is the legacy he left behind. Please, I'm saying it. Okay. Look, Mr. Yakubi, when you have your time, say yours. You can't gaggle me. Every time, be careful. I would never. Just know that you and I are different.
Okay, hold on.
Stop. Every time you want to moderate.
Hold on.
No, I'm not. No, I just want you to know that he can never change me.
Make your point.
No, he's not coming. I just want you to know that he can never change me. You are called Apia Kubi. I'm called Pebu. The two names are the same.
Hold on.
Yes, but not when I'm making my point. No, there's nothing. Yes, so I'm saying Ghana borrows, then Data Bank make their cuts. Ghana borrows, then Data Bank makes their cut, the bonds. So there was an incentive to keep borrowing, no matter how the money was used. Yeah? And then in no time, we became debt-ridden. So these are the things that are driving his fears. He knows the mess he created. Look at the bonds, the haircuts. Look at the pensioners who died. Look at Kama, Dr. Ejekum. Ejekum was crying, Kama Health, etc. Look at the people who died. So he is scared because of his own negative legacy, not what anybody would do. That Keke Kabubu song, maybe we should play it. Or the boy, anybody, you know it, right? Nobody to do. Running away, nobody to do. So he knows what he's done. He knows what he's done. That's why he's running away. Please don't put this on any other person. Look, we live in Ghana. Some months ago, when the state took Abronye, very vituperous in his utterances, he would insult everybody. Yet, when the law, the way they treated him was against law, I stood up. Domlevo also stood up. Look at Domlevo. Very good. So that is it. That's our society. And yes. So why is Oforiatta's fear? Let's start this in. A year ago, when Oforiatta left, at that time, I didn't know he was deceiving us, and I didn't know Kissi Ejabin saw him leave. If you play back the tape, I was against the OSP for what they were doing because I said, the man informed the state agencies that he's going for medical checkup. What's your business with this? Check. Let's play back. You see how I defended Oforiatta. So I think if today Oforiatta comes back and the state keeps him beyond 48 hours, I'll not talk for Oforiatta. I'll do that. I stood up for Abronye. Meanwhile, we all know how Abronye, people were calling me on that side, Abronye is insulting IGP. He's insulted President Mahama, all that. And you see, Kwachi Fosu, minister, you see, he didn't even, he risked his position because the party hawks will say...
I publicly disagreed with the judge and demanded his immediate release.
Exactly, yes, I think we're here.
We rein in excesses by security agencies.
Thank you. So our society is changed. So me, talking today, if Oforiatta were to come today and were to keep him, even we don't have to wait for a 48 hours to elapse. So in the Pebu number 4, verse Attorney General number 4, so for Ekufu's valedictory judgment, what she said and what the Supreme Court unanimously, that the moment it becomes clear to you that you don't want to admit the person to bail within the 48 hours, start going to the court. Don't wait. The law is not that wait for 48 hours to expire. So if Oforiatta, this is the promise, the pledge I'm making. Oforiatta comes, look, from the first hour, and this is how it shows you how our democracy is growing. We would be here, Facebook, TV3, monitoring. Yes, OSP, are you admitting him to bail? If you are not, what steps are you taking? Are we going to court? We will make sure that Oforiatta would enter court before the 48 hours if they will not admit him to bail. Ghana is changed. I mean, how? I can't come and sit here and say because of the things he's done, they should keep him. No. So this is fears. They are unfounded if they are based on what others will do. Rather, I think it is the negative legacy he has built, the way he's enriched his family at the expense of the state. That is what is haunting him. That is what is haunting him. He now knows that Atufosin occupies his seat. The Atufosin, he's on tape to have told Godfrey Dame said on tape that he, Oforiatta, was saying that he should pursue Atufosin by hook or by crook, etc. That is what is haunting him. The bonds, the Ken bonds, Franklin Templeton, the Ghana borrows, then the Akufo-Addo's family makes money. That is what is killing him, not Ghanaians. We would not do anything like that. So he should come come and face the music. And then let's repeat this story. You know the part about he refusing to see Ambassador Smith. I mentioned it last week briefly. Let's go over it. You know there's this joke. When Reagan was shot in 1981, Reagan, that's ex-president of the United States, as they were taking him to do surgery, on their way to the theater, he stopped and then he asked the doctors that, hey, I hope you are all Republicans. The lead doctor was a known Democrat, very popular, Joseph Giordani. I mean, forgive my accent. I don't. It sounds like Italian or that. So the man was an obvious, a very popular surgeon. He said, Mr. President, today we are all Republicans, but he was a Democrat. So my point is that Ambassador Smith, the fact that Ofori-Atta doesn't want to see you is because you're of different political persuasions. So he's scared that if his data gets you, not that you leak it, but he's just scared that something will go wrong. So Ofori-Atta is not the first to attempt to refuse help from a political opponent.
But then it depends on the kind of help. Mr. Smith, is it not? I mean, it's protocol that you were following. And
yes, it was a protocol, but at the same time, whilst you're with him, he may express something he would wish would be done for him, whichever way. I was going to go and listen to him and then maybe share it with the government.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to discuss the merits of his case at all. It was his person and his well-being.
Yeah. Good. Yeah, I get it. Oh, I understand. We all know. But generally, sometimes it gets to certain situations, right? Kofi and the rest, and Kwachi Fosu is in PR, he will tell you he's the president's spokesperson. There are certain times, even some questions, the comment, when they ask you a question and you don't want to say anything, if you say no comment, even no comment itself can lead. Exactly. So sometimes when they pose the question, depending on how sensitive it is, you just walk away. You won't say no comment. So Ambassador Smith, his fears are well founded. I mean, he's human. You can't take his fears away from him, right? That's just to put that in perspective so that those say, no, he should have allowed Ambassador Smith to come. No, that is how he feels. Right. Yeah. Exactly. Okay. Let's leave that one at that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Council, Professor Bobking on this. This is not an area where you want to play, but I seek your thoughts in the context.
What qualifies to comment?
You are advising about me.
No. I mean, look.
No.
Yes.
Now, what I mean is we are talking about the former finance minister, and it's an area that he was active in. So he more than qualifies to.
Prof.
Yes. Thank you very much. So some caveat here, and Ghanaians should forgive me. I'm not a lawyer, so a lot of these things.
You are smarter than most lawyers.
This and all of that. I mean, let me also say that I was one of the earliest people on record to have asked Ken to resign.
No, okay.
So
I wasn't wrong.
No.
It was clear. It was clear.
Yeah. And let me also put on record that I also supported Ken's appointment strongly when it was announced. I do not run away from that. I had this considered view.
You didn't suffer the consequences of this.
Oh, of course.
You did not suffer.
I saw the signs. Actually, you were there, that Imani presentation, when we were exiting the IMF
People don't
program.
know the wahala we gave Ken.
So
I led the Japanese and E-Levy and Co. So we are not holding brief. Sorry, please finish what you have
No,
said.
I just want to give this background. I mean, we mean well for this country.
Yes.
And we feel that Ghana deserves well. So we more or less, and we openly disagreed with some of Ken's policies. In fact, I disagreed with E-Levy with all my strength, even though I don't know where that strength and what it yielded at the end of the day. And all of that. So clearly, the way Ken managed the economy and all of that, and certain key decisions and all of that, clearly does not put him in a certain positive light with maybe majority of Ghanaians. Okay, so as I said, I mean, I'm not a lawyer. I mean, I understand GDP much more than this thing. So, so that's why I wanted to leave. Let me also put that on record.
No,
I wanted to run away
but I
from this
prevailed
segment.
on you to stay. I beg you. Indeed.
So, and all of that. So a lot has happened, and I feel Ken missed the point significantly, especially also with the domestic debt exchange. Pensioners, we felt strongly that they could have been excluded. And the picketing at Ministry of Finance and all of that. I mean, there were, look, probably time has passed and all of that. But after this is also the other thing I have observed. I could be wrong. In this country, anytime there's a regime change and how certain prominent cases are handled, and sometimes we hear things about weaponizing bail and all of that, again, to show people where power lies and all of that, really hasn't disappeared totally. For the little while that I've observed the space, anytime that we've seen regime change and all of that, I don't want to say probably it's the judges or whatever, but there's a certain level of perception that if you're a politically exposed person, depending on the interest, the system can be used even before people like your kind come to defend and say this thing. Some harm would have been caused.
Yeah, absolutely.
And all of that. Our system is open to some level of this interference. You mentioned the tape and all of that, and all of that. So there is that perception. I hope that.
Okay.
I hope that as a country, as we make progress, we begin to tighten some of these things so that. Look, Alfred, it's not just only that. You will see that in Ghana's politics, and also because of this apprehension, politicians hardly use the financial system, even in financing their political activities. Okay? Because of a certain level of apprehension, who is in power and how that can be used. And the reason why sometimes you see that people prefer to build a bedroom economy, okay, and keep their money in there and use it to finance their campaign rather than keeping the money in the banking system where banks will have access to that to be able to lend and all of that. So I don't know, I'm not too sure to say, but the feeling Ken has or his relatives have, I believe that cannot be discounted totally in terms of how this could pan out and all of that.
Okay.
We need to recognize that he is also a human being. He has emotions, just like all of us. I mean,
right.
And all of that. So maybe that's what I'll say. But I also believe that I'm not a lawyer, but looking at the processes that has gone on with the OSP and all of that, and whether he needed to be here before they could complete their. Whether the OSP needed him to be here before he could complete his investigation and then charge him and all of that. If really he wasn't supposed to be here or he could have done his work without Ken being here, then a lot of the press conference and around the whole thing could have been managed quite well. So I believe that some way, somehow, either from Ken's perspective and also from OSP, we have elevated this matter, this particular case, to a certain level that certainly would raise questions whether if Ken should arrive, he will be treated fairly.
Okay.
And all of that. I could be wrong. Right. That is why I started off by saying that I disagree with Ken, and I said much earlier that the president should have fired him because he was doing more investment banking than managing the economy. Yeah. Right. And again, you can look at all of that. So clearly, that is my position. And I felt that, in fact, Ken should have taken advantage when Ghana eventually signed up for the IMF program and resigned. On principle that, because Ken didn't want to go to the IMF, on principle that this is not something I wanted to do. And if you see the statement that was issued, it was an instruction to Ken to initiate the process. On principle, you could have just taken the position that, look, this is not what, but all of that is history now. So let's take advantage of this and let's look at the judicial system, our security agencies, and all of that, so that we see how we manage, because NDC won't be in power forever. MPP would also not be in opposition forever. I think it looks like they are failing even in opposition right now, the way they are managing things. But that's not the focus for today.
Thank you.
They should forgive me for that one. So let's manage this very well. The apprehension and all of that, for me, there is some basis for all of that in terms of how this whole thing has been handled and all of that, and certain statements and pronouncements and all of that. And of course, I haven't done any broad-based survey, but I don't think that Ken per se has considerable sympathy with a lot of Ghanaians.
Thank you very much.
I don't think so. And if it tends to be otherwise, Ghanaians should forgive me. This is what I want to say. I'm not a lawyer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Godfrey Bokpin. And I'm going to go for this quick break. When I'm back, we'll round it all up. But do you suspect you didn't get the right amount of fuel? Do you have issues about the quality of the fuel you bought, especially within this period that the fuel price have been reduced? Did you get experience in terms of bad customer service? The National Petroleum Authority is here to assist you. Reach out to their call center on 0302 550 380, 0302 550 380, or feel free to walk into their head office located at Jolo off the N1 highway, or any of their regional offices to make a complaint or inquiry. If you experience any of these issues at their filling station, you have up to 48 hours to report it. NPA, where customer care meets excellence. And for my outfit this morning and many others that you see me wear on Key Point, it is by Kogra Clothing. You can call them on this number, 0244 238 341. 0244 238 341 for this outfit and many others. You have to mention my name and then they'll take care of you. They're on the Spintex Road, opposite the Allied Oil filling station. We'll be back shortly after this quick break. Stay with us.
2, 1. The stage is set. It's their final showdown. 3 amazing female songstresses and 3 unique male powerhouses, all geared up to win big. Over 200,000 Ghana cedis prize package at stake. Who becomes the breakout star? Join us at the National Theatre on Sunday, the 25th of January at 7 p.m. Rate 50 Ghana cedis. Performing live our very own Romeo Swag, DSL, and other surprise act. Don't miss the special night where a new star will be born. Could it be Achedie, Andy Kwams, Ivy Hollis, Kwekushai, Tiki, or DNA? Grab your ticket now at the front desk of TV3 Mentor 14, the breakout edition. Powered by Shaltox Lozenges.
Brought to you by
Origin,
Fratelli Calipo,
Darling Lemon Drink,
Darling XYZ Wine,
and Napa Foods.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The stage is set. It's their final showdown. 3 amazing female songstresses and 3 unique male powerhouses, all geared up to win big. Over 200,000 Ghana cedis prize package at stake. Who becomes the breakout star? Join us at the National Theatre on Sunday, the 25th of January at 7 p.m. Rate 50 Ghana cedis. Performing live our very own Romeo Swag, DSL, and other surprise act. Don't miss the special night where a new star will be born. Could it be Achedie, Andy Kwams, Ivy Hollis, Kwekushai, Tiki, or DNA? Grab your ticket now at the front desk of TV3 Mentor 14, the breakout edition. Powered by Shaltox Lozenges.
Brought to you by
Origin,
Fratelli Calipo,
Darling Lemon Drink,
Darling XYZ Wine,
and Napa Foods.
5.
Season 17 of Talented Kids, Ghana's most loved kids reality talent show. Are you gifted? Are you passionate? Are you talented? Do you have the skill the world needs to see? Then this is your moment. Auditions begin
Sunday, 18 January at the Micklin Hotel,
Tomasi,
10 a.m. sharp, and continues in Accra on Tuesday, 20 January at the TV3 premises, exactly 10 a.m.
Step forward, be seen, be celebrated. Talented Kids, free to play.
Sponsored by Flora Tissue.
To avoid any further brouhaha, all this English, just say, I will do nothing. I will ghost him. So like what you see, be like that.
I'm suddenly not feeling too well.
Answers to life's big questions. Has someone asked you to do kapoha before?
I don't drink.
You go to church and pray for miracles. But that's somebody's money.
The owner is going to come.
For a show filled with excitement, laughter, and unforgettable moments.
Me, I live life full of drama to the left, to the right. If you see me, look this side,
To games that keep you laughing. What in the name of Peppa Pig is going on here? Just as tonight is the place to be, where the fun never stops.
Just as tonight, now show.
Welcome back. This is Key Point. Now, a number of you, Kwabla from Pokwase, it says Sedina's arrest in the U.S. was orchestrated. I don't know. You heard what Ambassador Victor Smith said. So please.
No, in fact, if you permit me, and it's important to clarify, just so that indeed in December 2020. Oh, I beg you.
No.
It's just information.
Yes, quickly.
In December 2025, when the Attorney General appeared on the Government Accountability Series, I think it was 18 December, he made it clear that as far back as July 2024, the government had sent an extradition request. So when people started criticizing us that we were not doing about anything, there was nothing for us to do beyond waiting for the U.S. authorities to activate. So they informed us a few days before CJ that they were going to do this. They've located her and they were going to do this. And we said, okay, and they did it.
Right.
So it's not like There was any orchestration, no, not at all.
That's right. That's, in fact, you have just responded to the full text. Nana Mwako is dead. Nana Mwako, Ahanta, Western region, says Kofi Bento's example of a Russian who was killed upon return to face trial is a far cry from the Bible verse he quoted. There's been no case of someone standing trial in Ghana. I think you took it literally, and said killed in the process. Ken Ofori-Atta should come and face his accusers, and no government will orchestrate harm on him or against him, you'll say. Thank you very much. This one also from Papa Bishu from Spintex Road says that I think your message got truncated at some point. But this one also here, Ken Ofori-Atta is not saying he is better than anyone, but preventing is better than cure. Medically, he is not fit. So why should he risk his life to come looking at how Chairman Wontumi and others were treated? That's what Master Planner.
But they put Animana in court where he had kidney failure.
This one also here says Ghana is not a lawless country and claims that one will be subjected to extrajudicial treatment upon return are both unfounded and insulting to the nation's democratic and legal institutions. As a former finance minister, you were entrusted with the high public responsibility and benefited from the protections and privileges of the state. It is therefore disingenuous to now suggest that the same state, governed by a constitution, an independent judiciary, and due process of law, would abandon that particular tenet. To say, Koku Abochi. Thank you very much for...
Professor Abochi?
No, there's a young lawyer.
On this, I'll talk about Professor Kofi Abochi. Our condolences to you. Yes, he's burying his wife today.
That's most unfortunate.
Professor Kofi Abochi, our condolences to you on behalf of the board and management of Media Journal. Our condolences to you. We have representation there as well. So, please, Ms. Bento. Just to final of this. In fact, I got a message. This one has quite a number of you commending the conversation and our guests for their submissions. Good morning, Mr. Bento. I'm currently tuning to the Key Points, my favorite current affairs show for the morning. Please give. Okay, this was to Martin Pebu. This one is in Nadia, University of Ghana Law Faculty.
So yes, Nadia is my friend, and
we will investigate the relationship.
She's my friend.
I thought you was Martin.
She's a big fan of Martin. And so Nadia, good morning to you. Our friend has acknowledged.
Martin, you stand accused.
Please.
So see, Felix wasn't allowing me to string the argument well, but here's the thing. Listen, people don't appreciate what some like Professor Boppin was saying. In the early days of Ken's management, okay, what has now become SML, which is a revenue assurance thing, okay, it started with things like Kelly GVG. You know who went to court over Kelly GVG? Me. Okay? You know who led the fight against Echaba? Me. And my colleagues. E-Levy and Co., we fought against it. DDEP. Check the organizations who work with Senyo and Co. to organize people to picket and do all those things. The point I'm trying to make is that we are not people who are just singing Ken's praise and try to defend him at all costs or whatever it is. We are making points on principle. I want Ken to come to Ghana. And I'm aware, like some of the people around him, that there are suggestions that he should come. But he has apprehensions. You just heard Martin, my own colleague Martin, talk about how the business has gone from SIC to Enterprise Insurance and whatever it is. I can tell you here, Enterprise Insurance is the best run insurance company in this country. It has been for decades.
Send him an invoice.
No, please. I'm making a point because Martin mentioned their name and it's not fair. Okay, if we are going to act even on...
But this is commercial.
No, please. I'm making a point. Martin mentioned their name. The point I'm making is this. If even it is true that Enterprise won businesses, they want it fair and square. So if you take that matter to court, you will lose. So we are not afraid of that stuff. Ken should come. What I'm saying is that what happened with 1 year of belligerent talking, issuing Interpol red notices, etc., when he hadn't even been charged, you stop. When Felix and Co talk about how other people, instigated other people to do things when they were sick, that's why I'm saying don't do to others what you don't want done to you. If it was wrong then, it is wrong now.
Okay.
All right. So look, for whatever it is worth, I do think that Ken can come and stand trial and
must
succeed.
come. Okay. Thank you.
And I hope he comes. But whatever has been done to give him that apprehension, something must be done to also deal with it.
I think that apprehension is unfounded.
Well, he has it. It's unfounded. He has apprehension.
Nothing has happened in this land in the
That
last
hasn't
1
happened
year
before.
that will suggest any extraordinary treatment.
Okay.
For Ken Ofori-Atta.
Right.
If it is the fear about being detained, it is normal, it is regular. The law provides for that. You see, when you are accused of a crime, the police can invite you nicely. Kofi,
thank you.
Come and let's look into this matter. You understand?
We are talking about
The
detention.
police can also arrest you. No. The police can also arrest you when they do.
Was
The
it
law
wrong to detain the man with a kidney problem?
No, but listen,
Was it wrong?
listen to me. Listen to me.
No, was
Thank
it
you.
wrong?
I think we're done.
Listen.
We're done.
If he is
thank
detained,
you,
was it
very much,
wrong?
people. Thank you,
And there
Mr.
are
Bento.
medical reasons for
Thank you as well.
There is a problem.
Honorable Apiakubi, thank you.
And the right thing will be done.
All right.
So
Thank you.
It does not form sufficient basis for him to say that if he does that, it is as if he is raising himself above Ghanaian law. The same process that Wontumi is going through, the same process that Abdul Hanan is going through, Ken Ofori-Atta should go through it. That's all.
Thank you very much, Phyllis Pacho for soup. Gentlemen, appreciate you. Ambassador Victor Smith, thank you very much for joining us. And I know you have to go back to sleep, so thank you. I am Alfredo Conce, and join us same time next week.